okay. So, I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know what was going on Saturday, but a big thank you to everybody that joined us. I hope you had a great time watching UFC. And, of course, Amanda Nunes retiring was such a big moment. And I thought the show was pretty fun as well, actually. So, as I said, a big... So, we'll give it a few moments for it to sort itself out and for it to just get settled down. To be perfectly truthful, I would imagine there's probably a few little issues with the weather. The weather has been so hot. I don't know what it's like where you lot are, but it has been absolutely sweltering here in the UK. It's been absolutely boiling. Like trying to sleep in the middle of the day, which is what I do, has been close to impossible with how warm it's been. And over here, because it's not really hot that often, we don't have air conditioning in the houses. Some houses do, but the vast majority, 99% of them don't. So, yeah, now that we're getting like even warmer summers, I'm really feeling it, man. Really feeling it. And I think probably a lot of the technology over here is feeling it as well. And microwaves started to play up. The TV's been playing up. I've been having issues down here as well, but I don't think this is the heat, to be honest. It's nice and cool down here, so I don't think this is the heat. But yes, anyway, there we go. We've given it a few minutes. I think it's settled down. Let me just quickly run through what we've got on the show, and then we'll jump into the chat. So this week on Raw, they've announced Kevin Owens and Sami taking on Gunther and Ludwig Kaiser. It's a non-title tag match. So we've got that coming up. Cody against The Miz. Now, obviously, there's some question marks around Dominik because it feels like we're going to get something there. There was a slap last week that went unanswered. I don't know why you would introduce Dominik into that segment last week if you weren't going to follow up on it. So I am just wondering if Dominik, Rhea might make their presence felt. Again, I mean, honestly, Dominik's one of the biggest heels in WWE. Cody's one of the biggest faces. Putting them in some sort of match or some sort of segment together, it does make sense. But it's maybe not one people are clamoring for because Dominik's obviously not the greatest of challenges. But to be honest, I don't think Cody really needs big challenges because we know that at SummerSlam, it looks like he's going to be facing Brock for the third time. So really, we just need to fill a bit of time until we get to SummerSlam. And so he's going to face The Miz tonight. And then, as we said, keep an eye out for Dominik. Don't know that Dominik's going to get involved, but I think there's a good chance he will. Then we've got Riddle against Priest. That is Money in the Bank qualifying. So Riddle against Priest, Money in the Bank qualifying. Also, what next for Seth? That was on the official preview for Raw. What next for Seth? So I don't know if they're teasing some up there and we're going to get like a big segment tonight where Seth finds his next challenge. I feel like we found it at the end of last week. You might remember that last week Finn Balor got in the ring and was face-to-face with Seth. So it feels like Finn Balor would be that next challenge. But again, you know, that's on the official preview. What next for Seth? And I think that's everything. We've also got Chad Gable and JD McDonough. Apparently they are going to be on the show somewhere. We haven't seen JD in a little while. So JD McDonough on the show, but don't know how they're using him. There hasn't been a rundown or anything yet, but Fightful just saying that both of those are in the building and are expected to be used. So, and one of the biggest talking points from last week was Judgment Day potentially splitting, or certainly there being some friction between Damian and Finn. So could we see that like get extended this week? Could we see that go a little bit deeper this week? I mean, I think Finn Balor against Damian Priest would be a great feud at some point if we do get there. But I don't know when we're going to get there or even if we're going to get there yet. But certainly it felt like seeds were being planted last week. That felt like one of the biggest talking points coming out of last week's Raw. So plenty to keep an eye on, plenty going on, maybe nothing seismic, right? I always like to be honest about if I think a show's going to be a banger. I would say this one looks okay. I don't think it's got banger written on it. It's certainly not Bloodline or Roman Reigns 1000-day celebration. There's no big title match to get excited for. They haven't announced a title presentation, which I am surprised at because I thought Rhea Ripley would get a new belt following the new belt that Asuka got, but they haven't announced that. So we're still waiting to find out what's going to happen with that. Wouldn't surprise me if that announcement was either made on the show or just before the show, that there was going to be some sort of segment with Rhea, but nothing in the official preview. So that's where we are at the moment. Brenton, shout out to you. Says, shout out to you, Days. Hope you're well. Thoughts on the rumor that the Universal title will be retired once Roman loses? I think WrestleTalk reported that the WWE title lineage was put on hold too. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I haven't seen anything along those lines. I mean, what we've got now is we've got this one belt, this undisputed WWE Universal title thing, right? Which is such a long name and it's unnecessarily long. Doesn't need to be that long. And I think when Roman drops this belt, my feeling is that we will get the new WWE Championship. Just because, like, Triple H is a traditionalist. He is someone that I think knows his history of wrestling, respects the history of wrestling. And so for me, I think I could see him. And I mean, look, there's every chance Roman doesn't lose this title till next year. So we don't know at what stage in the conversation they are in regards to what happens with the belt. So any talk about the belts and everything, I think is probably just speculation at the moment. Just because I can't see Roman losing the title at SummerSlam, because I still think it's Cody that takes it from him. And it looks like it's going to be Cody against Brock at SummerSlam. So that means that Roman will have a challenger that he can, you know, be pushed to the limit. Maybe it's Jimmy. Maybe it's Jay. You know, maybe it's a big name that comes back, or they give someone else an opportunity, like Finn Balor that can step up or something. But either way, right now, I'm feeling pretty good for Roman getting past SummerSlam. And I think that it will be Cody, and WrestleMania 40 is just staring me in the face. I mean, WrestleMania 40, we keep talking about how big that show is going to be. It's WrestleMania, but it's an anniversary as well. So I think that just putting all that in a pot and mixing it together and having a little taste, I think that I'm getting the flavor, I'm getting the feeling that we will see Cody win the title at WrestleMania 40. I could see there being a new championship that's unveiled the next night on Raw. The reason why I say that is because I don't think we want to run with a undisputed WWE Universal Championship. I mean, it's just too wordy. It's too long. It's unnecessarily long. No, when you can instantly just change it to WWE Championship, unveiling the new WWE Championship. It will continue the lineage of the WWE Universal Championship. And so you've still got that lineage there. I mean, you can trace the new belt back through Roman's reign, and Roman's reign obviously can be traced back because it all will still work, because you can follow that belt back and that history back to Roman beating Brock for the WWE Championship. Brock, of course, getting that belt in Elimination Chamber from Bobby winning that belt from Brock at Royal Rumble, Brock getting the belt from Big E at Day One, blah, 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 right? So that you can still have that lineage with a new belt. Right now, there's no sacrifice of the WWE Championship. The only way the WWE Championship lineage would be affected would be... How would it be affected? Trying to think. How would it be affected? The only way it would be affected is if we just binned off Roman's belts and we just kept going with the World's Heavyweight Championship. If for some reason we just got rid of Roman's belts and we just kept going with the World Heavyweight Championship, then say like Roman vacates his titles and we just keep going with Seth's belts, and Seth belt is the only one, then there would be no lineage because Seth never beats Roman for the title, if you know what I mean. So the lineage isn't there, the history isn't there. So I would struggle to see how you would get rid of the WWE Championship lineage. I would struggle to see how you would throw that away if you give whoever beats Roman just a new belt. That lineage would still be connected. So right now, feeling pretty good about it. Honestly, the one thing that bothers me probably the most is protecting that history of the WWE Championship. I think it's really important that you can trace it back to the 60s. And so really want to make sure that we are doing whatever we need to do to continue that lineage. Right now, Roman is the lineal champion. And so whoever beats Roman will have that lineage. So in order to get rid of that, it would be quite complicated. But and I can't see that happening. So yeah, I think we're in an all right place at the moment. We're in an all right place. Ryan Gambler says, how are you? I heard Cody versus Brock in a bull rope match at SummerSlam. Is that true? Well, the rumors, I've seen the same rumors, buds. So, yeah, it has been reported that that's the match that we're going to be getting, or at least one of the matches that's been discussed. They said that there was a couple that have been thrown out that I saw that they're not going to be doing. And but bull rope match was in the running. I haven't seen it confirmed. Well, certainly it's not been confirmed. But I haven't even seen the rumor mill saying, yeah, this is it. This is what's coming. All I've seen is them saying that this is one of the matches that's in discussion. So, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? If you're going to get stuck into the dirt, you've always got to have a little air of caution. So I would say that it's one of the... I totally expect there to be a stipulation. And I think that that is one of the matches that they are definitely looking at. But I don't think anything's confirmed yet, buds. Jonathan Farvin, shout out to you, says, how's it going? It's going very well. Thank you. I hope you're well. Appreciate you swinging by. I appreciate everyone stopping by and sharing their thoughts as we continue towards, 45 minutes till we start Raw. Wrestler with Andy said, did you think Rhea might get a custom Judgment Day style belt? I don't think so. I don't think they like doing the custom belts. Certainly Vince didn't. I think that if you are a champion that's going to hold that championship for a long time and you've got a little something about you, and you could maybe argue that Rhea does. You could maybe argue that Rhea ticks those boxes. So it's a really good example. It's a really good example because she is going to be a champ for a long time, I'm sure. She is someone that embraces the kind of more metal goth side of life, and you could definitely make a pretty sick custom belt for her. But I mean, they're very few and far between, aren't they? And to be honest, I cannot remember a custom belt for a woman, a female. I can't remember us ever doing that. So that would be a first, which would be very exciting, and I think Rhea would be very deserving of being the first. But I can't see it. Custom belts, they don't really like doing them for whatever reason. Which I must admit, I am quite surprised at, because you would think it would be easy money. I think it's because the belt is the symbol of you are the champion. And if you keep changing it, if you keep changing that symbol, are they a bit worried that it kind of, if you're a casual fan, it doesn't quite work maybe? You know, if you're seeing like, well, that person had that belt, where's that belt gone? No, that was their belt. Oh, right. What's that one? Is that the same as that one? Perhaps the thought process is that if people have custom belts and you allow people to have custom belts, tracking what belt is what becomes very difficult. And I can see that argument. From a marketing point of view, from a business point of view, it would make sense because you can just churn out replica belts, can't you? All those belt collectors, all those Rhea Ripley fans, all of those people, they will love to have a custom belt for Rhea Ripley, a custom belt for Bianca Belair, a custom belt for Cody Rhodes, a custom belt. I mean, how has Roman not had a custom belt? I mean, you'd think Roman, who's been champion for like 2 years, would have a custom belt. And who knows, perhaps this one that got unveiled the other week, perhaps that one is going to be retired as soon as Roman loses and we bring in a new title. The only thing that just makes me doubt that we are going to get a new belt, I think they could change the name. But the only thing that makes me doubt that we might get a new belt is the fact that it does marry up with the one Asuka's got now. So Roman's got the black strap with the gold backing, and Asuka's got the white strap with the gold backing. So if you change Roman's, does that then mean you have to change Asuka's? Would that even be a problem if those two are different? I don't think it'd be a problem. I think Cody would push for a new belt design. Cody wanted to go back to the original Intercontinental when he won that. He was responsible for that belt coming back. I think before that, if I remember right, we were using the oval belt. Do you remember the old oval Intercontinental? And then we went back to the original design. And that was because of Cody. I've got to think if Cody gets to the top, he would be pushing for a new belt design. And I could see them using that as the excuse to change the name from, as we said earlier, the very wordy, undisputed WWE Universal. I mean, you just don't need all of that. You don't need it because I don't see us separating those two belts ever again. So as Brenton said earlier, we can get rid of those. Like, we don't need them anymore. But I think what we should carry on with is the WWE Championship, bin off the Universal. I don't think the Universal is something that Triple H really was that bothered by. If he was that bothered by it, I think he would have found a way to have got it off of Roman and used that as the secondary title. He didn't. He brought in the World Heavyweight Championship, which makes total sense because that is the belt that was in the NWA, in WCW. Even looking at the belt, it conjures up images of big gold. So you look at it and it's, very reminiscent of the past. That's something I think Triple H really is in tune with. I just can't see any way that we bin off or lose the lineage of the WWE Championship. That's just not the kind of thing I see Triple H doing. I think he's way too respectful of the past to do that, and I just can't see him doing that. So I don't know. I can see Cody winning it, as I said, next year. I think there is a chance that we get a new belt. I think if it is different to Asuka's, I don't think it's a massive problem. I think that it's something I could see Cody pushing for. I could see them changing the name just back to the WWE Championship. So on Raw, you've got the World Heavyweight Championship. On SmackDown, you've got the WWE Championship. That's so much cleaner. So much cleaner. You don't need this, super duper undisputed universal WWE heavyweight. You don't need all of that. Just call it the WWE Championship again. So I think there's going to be a bit of tidying up there next year. But I don't think I don't think we're going to touch that until Roman drops the title. So if that does happen, that would kind of make this belt a bit of a custom belt because it was only for Roman. It was only one that he had. And so that would kind of symbolize his title reign, which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool that he would have his own title belt. I am split on it though, because as I said, I do look at Asuka's belt, and that is something that is now, that only got unveiled the other day. But that is something that is making me go, maybe they don't change the belt design. I still think they change the name eventually. I really don't think you run with this name forever. No way. They'll change the name at some point. Even if it's not for the next 5 years, they'll change the name at some point. But, the belt design, certainly following Asuka's belt being unveiled, is probably a little bit more up in the air as to whether they change that now. Just because of the symmetry with the women's division. And as we said, we was expecting Rhea to get a new belt design tonight so that hers would be in line with Seth's. I'm sure you've seen people doing mock-ups of Seth's belt on a white strap. I mean, that's what we would expect it to be. No word of it coming. No word of it being presented tonight or anything, but it's It's interesting. It's probably one of the kind of interesting things at the moment is what's happening with the belts and how we're looking to streamline them. And obviously, there's a lot going on because we know we've got a unification match for the women's tag titles. So for some reason, we're losing the NXT tag belts, which I don't understand. I saw people saying, yeah, but we got no women's tag teams. But yeah, that is by design, though. There are women. There's plenty of women. We did a battle royal the other day that had 30-odd women in. You're telling me we can't make any tag teams? So it's by design that we don't have tag teams, women's tag teams down in NXT. They, for some reason, have decided they don't want that division in NXT at the moment. And so, as a result, we're binning it off. And I don't know. I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on it and see like how it works and see if it, it does work. But I don't know, losing that belt doesn't seem like the right way forward at the moment. Just because if you want to create teams for the main roster, you're going to need a belt in NXT. And so it's a bit strange. I mean, look at Kaden and Katana and how great they've been with the Women's Championship. And Toxic Attraction with Gigi and JC. They came through. Obviously, they were tag team champions down in NXT for a while. So, there's a few teams that have been beneficiaries of having that NXT Women's Tag Team title. So, a little bit crazy, I think, that we are seemingly losing that. But listen, they've got a plan. I don't quite see it all yet, but they've got a plan, and we'll see where we end up with it. Right. Sean, shout out to you. Says, Days, there is some interest. WWE TV rights. Do you think they would add WWE and drop AEW whenever that is due to large viewership? Well, I mean, historically, WWE don't want to work with any company that's got another wrestling company on it. WWE they're bullies. I mean, there's no two ways about it. If you look at WWE's history, it's business. And in business, it's cutthroat. And WWE and Vince McMahon are cutthroat, and they will run shows on the same night as opposed to other promotions on purpose. I mean, they've done that throughout their history. I'm not even talking about Battleground and Double or Nothing. I mean, we're going back to, when the first Survivor Series started, and going back to the 80s when they were running shows up against Starcade and all that kind of stuff. They spoke to the pay-per-view suppliers, and they said, if you show Starcade, if you carry Starcade, if you give your customers the option of buying Starcade, you can forget having WrestleMania. And WrestleMania was the big one even back in the 80s. And so they used that as a way of bribing and ensuring that Starcade struggled to reach as many homes as it could. That is Vince. That's the way Vince is. That's the way Vince has operated. And even though there's a new company that's about to take over, it's still Vince that's at the top of that company. And so, right up there with Ari Emanuel. I think that they will definitely look at where the most money is. I think if whoever's offering them the most money is going to be, favored, I think then a conversation will be had about them not being on the same. They've got no interest in being on the same network as AEW. No interest whatsoever. So Warner Brothers Discovery would have a decision to make, I think, if they wanted WWE. But in all fairness, that's a decision that's going to have to get made now, because I don't know when AEW's TV is expiring. I don't know when their deal comes up. Is theirs next year as well? I don't know. I don't know when their TV deal runs to, because I know they did sign an extension, didn't they? They may have signed an extension in 2020 for 4 years. So it might be next year as well. What I can't see is AEW and WWE on the same network. I just really don't think WWE would allow it. I really don't think they would allow it. And so then, yes, you would have a decision to make. And, I don't know which way Warner Brothers would go. Because the thing is, you get bigger ratings from WWE, but at a much higher cost. It's going to cost you a lot more to have WWE. What is the money to ratings ratio? Like, how great are the ratings from WWE in comparison to how much WWE are going to cost you to have, compared to AEW that are going to be much cheaper but will deliver much lower ratings? So I don't know. That's one that you've got to weigh up. Like, how much do you want WWE? How much do you want wrestling? What kind of money budget are you looking to spend? Only Warner Brothers Discovery would know what they're looking for. I mean, if you specifically want WWE, well, that's conversation over then, isn't it? But just going by history, I would say that I can't see WWE and AEW being on the same network. I just can't see WWE allowing that. They've got no interest in helping to promote or build up their rivals. In fact, they will do whatever they can actively to ensure that doesn't happen. I mean, I know that they continue to do things to try and stifle AEW. I know that, there's certain retailers that aren't allowed to sell AEW merch if they carry WWE merch, which is, that'll come to the surprise of no one. But there's things like that are going on right now. So I can't see them allowing the network to carry both shows. Good question, though. Really good question. I can't answer which way they would go. Only Warner Brothers Discovery would know what they're actually looking for and what their budget is. But the one thing I'd feel confident about is that you wouldn't get both on the same network. But to be honest, I mean, would Warner Brothers Discovery have the biggest pot of money? Maybe not. I mean, you don't know what streaming platforms could come in. I mean, we don't, obviously, there's plenty of players out there. I mean, if Disney entered the conversation, for example, it might be game over. If Disney came in and wanted to stream it, then, we could go in that direction. I know that UFC have got a great relationship with ESPN. I don't know if that would be an option, ESPN and ESPN Plus. I don't know if we could go that way and if we could build on that existing relationship with ESPN. I don't know if WWE would even be a good fit there or not. I'm not in America, so I can't say. But I think there's going to be a few interested parties. It's going to be very interesting. Apparently, all of that conversation is going on at the moment. Days, do you think Jay will betray Roman and align with his brother Jimmy? I do, Kavlog. Yes, I do. Wrestling News today said TNA has actually been good recently. Let's put respect on Impact Wrestling's name. Raging Demon said, I felt so sorry and sad for Gerard because of his slip. I think that moment still haunts him. He's going to Saudi, isn't he? I heard he was off to Saudi to manage in Saudi. He should take Big John with him. Oh, I love Saudi. Big John Fury. He loves Saudi. Robert said, NXT will be called an actual third brand. That's what they're going to call it. They're going to call it WWE, the actual third brand. Wow. That's why you're seeing Baron Corbin, Mustafa Ali, Seth Rollins defending the World Heavyweight Championship on a Tuesday. NXT versus Braun Breaker. Ari Pie, shout out to you. Said, who is going to be the next big return in WWE? Like, really big return? Probably Rock. I mean, I think that you'll get The Rock at some point. I don't know that you'll get Rock Roman. I hope you will. Whether it'll be a part of this run, I'm not sure. But in all fairness, you can do Rock Roman anytime. Part of the bloodline would have been brilliant. With everything that's going on and has been going on this year, putting Rock into the mix would be the cherry on top. But seemingly we've just not been able to get there. Imagine if we could get there for SummerSlam, though. Imagine if that's the SummerSlam match. Rock against Roman for SummerSlam. Couldn't get it over the line for WrestleMania, but they've got it sorted for SummerSlam. And it would be great timing, what with the whole breakdown with the Usos and everything. So I feel like The Rock definitely will make it. It's been a while, actually, I think, since we saw The Rock in WWE. So even if it's just him coming in for like a little, if you smell, oh my God, surprise moment. He used to do that quite a bit back in the day. He hasn't done it in ages. So I feel like The Rock, someone a bit more permanent, though. We know that we've got Randy, who's bubbling away in the background, getting ready for a return. I mean, Randy is one of the biggest names in the history of WWE. You know, we were talking the other day about the greatest heels, and I really think Randy might be on the Mount Rushmore of greatest WWE heels. So for him to have been out now for over 12 months, we haven't seen him in a year. I'm sure it was last May when he was written out because the bloodline attacked him. And he had back issues and back surgery and everything. So he is someone that's waiting to come back. That would be big. Big E, after his injury, after what happened to him, which I think was March, I want to say. I seem to remember it being about March time. So it's been well over 12 months for Big E. Big E would feel like a big return as well. So there's a few. I mean, I don't see CM Punk coming back or anyone like that. CM Punk is not interested in the WWE way of doing things. I don't think he really gets on that well with Triple H. He was at a recent show, which was kind of interesting that he did pop into Raw. That definitely got people talking, the fact CM Punk was backstage at a Raw. But, you know, I felt at the time, and I even said on the streams at the time, this just sort of feels like a way of getting a little bit of buzz. Just sort of feels like a bit of a way of getting CM Punk's name out there, get people talking, because I think we're getting ready for a return. And, you know, lo and behold, here we are. AEW Collision is on the horizon. CM Punk's coming back. So I think CM Punk, I don't think he was necessarily used in WWE, but there could have been a degree of it. So I don't see CM Punk. There's not really any signs of anyone jumping from AEW. Mercedes Moné could always return, Sasha, because Triple H is booking now. I think that the lines of communication backstage hopefully have changed since she walked out over a year ago. She is a big name. She could come back. I know that Bayley did an interview where she said she believed she would come back one day. And obviously Bayley knows Sasha very, very well. So I don't know if that was Bayley just hoping, right? Just like she will. She's in denial. She'll definitely come back, yeah. I don't know if it was that or if she's had conversations where Sasha just wants to experience the world a little bit. Because to be honest, WWE's not very good at going out and like competing against other promotions. Yeah, you know, if you're Sasha and you are loving what you're seeing by some of the women in Stardom, well, you're never going to face them in WWE. I mean, it would be nothing for WWE to do some house shows in Japan and get some Stardom talent on that show and do it for the crowd. You know, it doesn't, you know, you don't need to do a massive event for it. It would be great for the Stardom talent to, you know, get in the ring and compete against some of these WWE superstars. It'd be great for the locals to see the Stardom talent compete against WWE superstars. It can only be a good thing to have that kind of relationship with Stardom if you want to do some sort of, you know, use some of them for the Women's Royal Rumble, for example, or if one of them is looking like a real promising prospect and you really like the look of one of them, having that relationship might make it easier to bring that person to you rather than them going to AEW. So I think WWE have always been pretty poor when it comes to playing with others. There were relationships with New Japan back in the 80s, but to be honest, I mean, Vince just didn't maintain those. And we just didn't really see. We saw a few in the 90s, very rare. We got a few people coming over, but as we said, it's not anything. Vince has always been focused really largely on himself. And so, if you're Sasha and you want to work with that Stardom talent, or you really like what you're seeing from some of the girls in Impact, or you like what you're seeing from some of the girls in AEW, unless you leave, you're really not going to get an opportunity to work with them. And there is a whole world out there as well, you know. And I think if you are the level of Sasha, and you are big time, right? You are one of the biggest names in wrestling. I think leaving and going out on your own is brave, but it's only brave to a degree because in all fairness, I would imagine you're going to be welcome back to WWE if things go south. So if things go wrong, I'm pretty sure WWE will always be happy to bring you back, right? So it's, it's a gamble, but it's not the biggest gamble ever. The other thing as well is that you've probably got so much money that you've saved up from your great contracts that you've had anyway. You're not hurting for cash. You ain't going to go broke, right? So financially, certainly it's a gamble. You're walking away from a nice number, but you'll make some all right money out there. I mean, listen, I'm sure she's getting paid pretty well by New Japan. I'm sure if she goes to AEW, they'll pay her pretty well. There's people like Matt Cardona that's making quite a healthy living on the indie scene. You can make money out there away from WWE. So I think she's just going out, just enjoying herself at the moment, just really kind of connecting back to wrestling, really connecting back to the fans, working a few smaller venues, seeing the world, seeing how different promotions run, expanding her horizons. I mean, in a way, I didn't like how she walked out, but I do respect what she's doing at the moment. I do respect that. I've seen people trolling her for it. Like, I can't believe she left WWE and all these bright lights to go and work in this little hall. I think if you've got that mentality, you're just not a wrestling fan. You're just not. You can't be a wrestling fan. If you've got the mentality that competing in front of 50 people in a bingo hall is in some way something to look down on, you're looking down on the grass. You are talking about the grassroots of wrestling. You are talking about where people cut their teeth, learn the trades, where people go for a bit of cheap entertainment. You're talking about proper wrestling. You're talking about, do you know what I mean? Like, where something that we should applaud and something that we should hold up in high esteem. You want to spend, like, I don't know, $10, $15, maybe $20. I don't know how much it is these days to go down to your local wrestling promotion and have a fun evening of watching the local wrestlers. You'll have a fun time, and, there might not be many people in there, but I'm sure you'll see some good stuff. You might see some awful stuff as well. It'll be a bit of a mixed bag, but I'm sure it'd be worth your time doing it. And that kind of grassroots, that's something that's very, very important. Very, very important. It's where a lot of wrestlers get their starts. And I don't know, man. I saw people on Twitter that were, I think, to be honest, they were just really anti-Sasha. They're people that just don't like Sasha, and they're trying to troll her, but they're doing it in a really stupid way. I mean, there's a lot of stupidity on Twitter, which you don't need me to tell you about. But some of the comments you see, you're just like, man, you really have made yourself look like a right douche there. You really have made yourself look so stupid. And so I actually take the complete opposite approach. I actually think that it's quite cool what she's doing at the moment. Reconnecting with the fans, working some smaller venues. And honestly, in this world, it's not all about money and it's not all about fame. It's about doing what's going to make you happy. And she's doing something that seemingly is making her happy. Don't like how she walked out. Don't like what happened in WWE. That's a whole separate issue. I'm talking about what she's doing right now, where she is right now. Obviously, she's injured right now, but you get my point. I got a lot of respect for that. I got a lot of respect for her doing what she's doing at the moment. So, same with Naomi as well. I mean, Naomi up sticks and left WWE. She's gone to Impact, and I hope she's having a great time. She's doing something that she could have stayed with WWE. They tried to keep her apparently, but fair play. She's gone to a smaller promotion, but if it's going to result in her getting a better spot on the card and it's going to result in her being happier, I mean, honestly, that's worth more. It's worth more. Your happiness is worth so much more. I know people that have got really, really good paying jobs, right? Friends of mine that are very cleverer than me, that have got really good jobs, and they're not happy. They're not happy. They're really, it's a wage, but it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of stress. They don't enjoy getting up, going to work particularly. And I don't know, man. It's like, I kind of applaud what she's doing. So, a few, I spent a bit of time on that one, but there's a few returns out there. Right. Will Ospreay's New Japan contract is coming up. Where will he go? Well, he said in an interview that he doesn't want to live in America. So I think he wants to renegotiate with New Japan. Because to be honest, outside of New Japan, there's not really many places to go. I mean, I'm not aware of any major promotions in Europe. And it really feels like there should be one. This is why I was quite intrigued by NXT Europe, because I think NXT Europe, if done correctly, could be very, very interesting. If you had a promotion that got the absolute best talent from Europe and you was able to get it on TV all over Europe, and you was able to tell good storylines like they are with the Bloodline, all that kind of stuff, like really don't treat it so much as developmental. Treat it as this is Europe show. You know, this is the show for Europe kind of a thing. I think there's a big gap in the market for that. I think there's a big gap in the market. I mean, you've only got to look at how UK wrestling fans are responding to the Wembley show, how Clash at the Castle came over. That was a big success. Money in the Bank's coming over. That looks like it's going to be a big success. Ticket prices were extortionate for that, though, so the tickets didn't fly. But, you know, there's clearly a demand and a hunger. What I would say is that we have wrestling promotions in this country. We don't have a WWE. I mean, where does, to be honest, right? No one does. New Japan's probably the closest you can get in Japan. Maybe you would look at AAA or CMLL in Mexico. But in England, we've got the likes of Rev Pro or Progress. You know, there's a few smaller promotions that run their own little shows, but we don't have, you know, gone are the days of World of Sport, which was mass. Everyone watched World of Sport in the 60s, the 70s, going into the 80s. That was on every Saturday. Everyone would watch it. You know, my dad, who doesn't like wrestling, has never liked wrestling, I found out not long ago, he used to watch World of Sport wrestling. It was just, everyone did. Everyone watched it. It was just the thing that everyone used to watch of a weekend. So I feel like there is a hunger. Obviously, Catchers Catch Can Wrestling has had its roots here. There's a great history of wrestling in this country. There's a hunger for wrestling in this country. And I know people will point to NXT UK and say, well, that didn't set the world on fire. But my counter argument would be, yes, but every time that we got somewhere with someone, they kept calling them up. I mean, don't forget, we had Rhea Ripley. She went. We had Tony Storm. She went. We had Gunther. He went. We had Pete Dunne. He went. Like, we had, you know, these people that came in that you could really get somewhere with. Imagine if that promotion, NXT UK, still had Gunther, still had Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, you know, still had a lot of these names, Pete Dunne as the Bruiserweight, Tyler Bate, Mustache Mountain, you know, add in the new talent that was coming in as well, you know. It'd be very interesting to see as to where it could have got if it had been really backed. I mean, they were doing some house shows, which I think were doing okay. And then because of the pandemic and the lockdown, they went to BT Studios and they just stayed there. So they didn't even go on the road anymore. They just stayed in this studio. And I'm sure it was great and cheap, but the atmosphere was lacking. You could get a few hundred people in there and that was it. So, you know, we weren't going all over Europe. We weren't seeing different places. We was losing talent all the time. It was very much seen as the fourth brand, not really promoted that well. You know, I don't even know if they ran adverts on NXT, to be honest. I don't know that they really promoted it on any of the other shows. There was no mention of it on Raw or SmackDown. And I think only fleetingly on NXT. So unless you knew about it, you wouldn't even know about it. So, yeah, it's, you know, I think we can, I understand people can point to NXT UK, but I think we can also point to quite a few reasons as to why it didn't set the world on fire. it's another example of WWE having a good idea and not fully committing to it. It's just like the Cruiserweight 205 Live stuff. You know, they had a Cruiserweight belt, good idea. There's a need for it because you've got a lot of smaller wrestlers. You could have a killer Cruiserweight division. And we've seen Cruiserweight divisions do well in the past. Thinking back to WCW, for example. And again, you know, they bring in a belt, they do a tournament, they give it its own show, 205 Live, and it just does not get the support that it needed. It didn't get the star power, it didn't get the roster it needed, it didn't get the support it needed, and it died. It died. But that's not because the Cruiserweight division was a bad idea. The idea is perfectly fine. It's the execution of the idea, and WWE have got a history of having good ideas and then executing them badly. And I would say that NXT UK sadly has to fall into that category now. It's a good idea that I think was executed better than the Cruiserweight one. It was better than the Cruiserweight one. It was a great little show, actually, but could have been done better. And the only thing was, when they scrapped it, they said, we're scrapping it because NXT Europe is coming. So they're like, we're going to go all over Europe. We're going to go bigger. So you go, okay. Fair play. We're not just getting rid of it totally. We're going to evolve it. Okay, I can vibe with that. And now we've not heard anything since. So I don't know what the plan is there. I don't know if NXT Europe is done, dead. I wish someone would ask that question. If I was in the press conference after one of the pay-per-view shows, that would absolutely be one of the questions I would ask. I'd probably get heat for it because I think they'd want questions on the show we just saw. But I genuinely want to know the answer to what's happening with NXT Europe. So it's all been a bit quiet. There's every chance that it has died or been put on the back burner because of the sale. I mean, that's what I would imagine the answer would be. We're still very committed to wrestling in Europe, but at the moment it's just on the back burner. What with the sale and the uncertainty of that procedure or whatever, you know, that's the kind of answer I think we would get. But yeah, lots going on, lots to be excited for in the future. Because if that is on hold, hopefully as soon as the sale goes through, boom, we can make some moves on that. Love to see a promotion in coming back to Europe. But to my original point, Will Ospreay has said he wants to stay in New Japan, doesn't want to live in America. Where else can he go? There is no big major promotion in Europe. There is no promotion I'm aware of in Africa. There's no promotion in China. There's no big promotion in Australia. I mean, honestly, I don't even know one in Canada. I mean, outside of AEW, Impact, CMLL, AAA, New Japan, I mean, I can't think of any, and even some of them are major. I mean, I can't see Will Ospreay leaving New Japan to go to Impact. He might do, but I mean, that's still in America, so he ain't gonna. I think he's looking to renegotiate with New Japan. Have you heard of Subculture, the most underrated tag team? I haven't, no. Where do they compete? Wrestle News. Days, did you see the pilot for NXT Kids? I did, yep. That's popped up a few times. Did you do a video on that back in the day? I mean, you're going back like Full Sail years and years ago. There was like kids on commentary. And I can't remember if there was what the crowd was. I can't remember the crowd being full of kids. I don't even know if there was a crowd, actually. Been a few years. It was a long time ago. But I did see it. They did a pilot for it. I think they might have done a couple of episodes for it. But they deemed that it didn't work. I mean, from my youth, I can only tell you that WWF Mania was a show that I was really interested in. Could never watch it that often because I never had Sky. And I think it was on Sky. I think it was shown over here. But you would just get like glimpses of it every now and again. You know, for example, I remember, I think I'm right in saying that it was the best of 1993 VHS that they did in the video kind of room where they used to do Mania. And, you know, Todd Pettingale, you'd see him every now and again doing different bits and bobs. And they'd promote Mania and they'd show you clips from Mania. And there was a Mania VHS as well, actually, that had like key moments from that show. And if you don't know what that is, that was a Saturday morning show for kids. So, you know, you had like the more colorful characters that they would use on there. And it was more kind of aimed at kids, more kind of kid humor, a bit more slapstick and all that kind of stuff. I mean, as a kid, it worked. It worked. It just worked. It was something I was really like interested in. I would have loved to have watched that every Saturday. The thing is, though, the world has changed, hasn't it? I feel like in this day and age, kids grow up a bit quicker now than we did. Because when I was young, you know, that kind of stuff would have entertained me. Whereas now, kids are watching Logan Paul, Jake Paul. They're watching people that are swearing their heads off and doing whatever they're doing, prank videos and all this kind of stuff, you know? I think the internet now has shown kids a lot of content that maybe was way older than stuff I was watching at their age, you know? I'm not saying I was watching flipping My Little Pony, but I'm just saying that like a fun Saturday morning kind of kids show, I don't know if that would work in this day and age. It might be too tame. It just might not be cutting edge enough for the kids in this day and age, considering the kind of content they watch on TikTok and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. So loved the idea of Mania, loved the idea of a Saturday morning show for kids, or an NXT Kids, or something that's a little bit more aimed at kids. Because, you know, I think that's how most of us get hooked. It's very, very rare that I meet or talk to someone that got into wrestling when they was an adult. Very rare. Normally, if you speak to someone, it's childhood memories. And the thing with wrestling is that you tend to just stick with it. A lot of people can go, but a lot of people just stick with it. You know, it's just there. It's a soap. It's a TV show. It's just something that's just always there. Doesn't have an off season. Has like good moments, bad moments. Great thing about wrestling is you can jump out of it for a few years, come back to it if you wanted. It's not that hard to pick it up and follow the storylines, because WWE in particular doing the recaps and doing all of that stuff, you know, they really do try to cater to make it for new viewers, to make it as accessible as possible. I mean, so much of this is aimed at people that are finding it for the first time. I mean, honestly, they show you recaps of things that happened earlier in the show, let alone things that happened weeks ago. So yeah, it's very easy to watch, pick back up again. So I don't know if that would work for kids. I don't know if that's something that they would be interested in, or if like, you know, the just current setup is the way the modern world is now. A video is looming of a fan at an airport having Jeff Hardy sign 20 pictures. Jeff being kind enough to do them. No shame from these people, says Big Time Baxter. Yeah, yeah. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get what. I mean, I get why they do it, because they can sell them on eBay and whatever and make money, and that's how some people make their living. I think what I don't get is why the wrestlers do it. You know, if all the wrestlers agreed to not sign multiple items, you know, I can, if it's 2-3 things, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. 2 or 3 things, you know, because you might want something signed, you might want something for your brother, you might want something for your mate. I can get that. I can understand that. I think that's reasonable, right? But if someone's coming with like 20, and I don't know if you've seen it as well. I think it was Rhea or Ray. Someone had a board, right? It was a board about this big, and it had, as you said, about 20 cards on. The exact same card as well. The exact same card. Bang, 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 right? Gave Ray the pen. Would you mind signing these? And he had this board of, I mean, no. No, that would be the reaction. No. Because that just absolutely strikes you as being for resale. That is someone that is selling your signature and is trying to make a living from selling your signature. I mean, the only thing I would say is I do respect them a little bit more than the people that just flat out forge the signatures, right? At least they are trying to get the actual signature, because they could easily sit at home and just, knock them out, right? With just forging them. So I will give them a little bit of credit of actually trying to get the signatures, so the people buying it are legit buying a real product. Give them credit for that. But yeah, I mean, you can't sustain that. I mean, that's a big inconvenience to the wrestlers. And it's not going to go away unless you refuse to sign, unless all the wrestlers agree and refuse to sign above X amount of items. Because to be honest, if you was this guy that was trying to get 20 signed, if you could only get 3 signs, well, I mean, you're very quickly going to struggle, aren't you? You're very, very quickly going to struggle. Maybe, the wrestlers need to crack down on it, but maybe fans need to take a bit of ownership as well, and not buy things off eBay, or not buy things that's been signed at airports and whatnot. Because you can get Topps cards and things that are officially signed. You can get 8x10s from WWE shows that are signed. I think WWE even started selling signed items on their own website as well. So, I mean, there's places that you can get signed items. You don't have to go to eBay. You don't have to go to those kind of places. Because I can totally understand people wanting a signed Ray card for, their collection. Of course. But there are places that you can go and get that from. You don't have to go to those people. And then those people would just have to find a different way of making a living. I mean, there's, there's jobs out there. There's things they can do. Hanging around waiting for wrestlers and bothering wrestlers at airports doesn't strike me as a great way to make a living. So, I think there's probably a bit of ownership that needs to be taken on a few different sides there. Thoughts on Road Dogg's failed pitch for Dexter Lumis to be some kind of UFO nut? Sam Shaw's really talented. So what's with goofy gimmick pitches? Some weird UFO nuts. I don't know. I mean, what I would say is I'm not someone that minds some out there gimmicks, just because I think you can get a bit of humor out of it. Like, if you did have someone that believed in UFOs, I kind of feel then, yeah, that's silly. That's goofy, right? But the other wrestlers could make fun of him about it. Or, you could have a fun segment where he's like, I've got proof. I've actually got proof. And tonight on Raw, he's going to show the proof. And then he shows it, and it's quite clearly something that's been made up. I feel like there's things you could do with that. And I feel like there's things that you could... I'm not saying it's a great idea. I'm not backing it. But I'm just saying that there's things you could probably do with it. So I'm not massively down there. I do always think with some of these gimmicks, wait and see what they look like. Wait and see what they look like. Because sometimes verbally and on paper, they can sound ridiculous. We are getting a new belt. So Rhea Ripley making her way down. We have started. No kind of intro or anything. Rhea Ripley just making her way down to the ring. There's a plinth in the ring. We are going to get the belts presentation. So a new belt about to be shown. I think we all know what it's going to look like. But at least we've got something to get our teeth into as we start this week's Raw. So, yeah, I mean, the famous example just around that conversation off would be, look at Undertaker. If you'd have said Undertaker's gimmick in a meeting room, people would have looked at you weird. But, I mean, that was a hell of a gimmick. Brand new. Women's World Champion, and it is the belt. It is the belt. It's Seth's belt on a white strap. Mommy chants. So, Women's World Champion. So, Rhea holds up the new championship. Rhea Ripley, the Women's World Champion. Here's Dum Dum. Here's Dum Dum. Oh, my God. He puts it around the waist of Mummy. Dum Dum puts that belt around the waist of Mommy. It's touching scenes. That is amazing. Amazing scenes. Wow. I feel like these two have got a child. I feel like that's their baby now. Rhea Ripley with the new Women's World Championship. Looks really good around her waist, actually. Dum Dum, tell them how amazing I am. This is disrespectful to Mommy. This is disrespectful to Mommy, says Dum Dum. Behind every great woman, there is a great man. I will always be there to support her, says Dum Dum. So, I've got the picture. Oh, here's Cody. Cody's coming out. So, Women's World Championship. Now we've got Cody. Oh my God, it's all happening. Adrenaline in my soul. Whoa! That's the best bit in it. Boo! People are loving it. People are loving it. Big breaking news to kick off WWE Raw. It was expected, but actually not announced before the show. But it was expected that Rhea Ripley was going to be awarded a new championship. Obviously, we saw Asuka get a new championship on Friday. Well, we've not wasted any time. The show has started. Rhea Ripley has been awarded this new belt. It's the same as Seth's, just on a white strap. But she is now the WWE Women's World Champion. And it does look really good, actually, around her waist. It does look really good on the white strap. I do like the look of this belt. I'm not crazy about the belt itself. I'm not, like, madly in love with this design, personally. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's anywhere near the levels of a winged eagle or anything like that. But I do think on the white strap, around her waist, certainly with, like, the black T-shirt, the black jeans that she's wearing, it really does pop. It does pop. So that is Rhea's new championship. She is the WWE Women's World Champion. Cody in the ring. Cody. Let's see what he's got to say. Are we in where are we? Memphis. What do you want to talk about? I want to talk about that new belt. We could talk about this beautiful new championship. Cody said, all the respect in the world from me to you. Okay, so we're just seeing a replay of last week when Dominik slapped Cody. NXT Europe could get Ospreay, Cara Noir, Zaya Brookside, Emil, build it around them, and get Johnny Saint as GM again. James, shout out to you. Could you imagine if they did that? Could you imagine if they did get NXT Europe and they did sign Ospreay? I mean, that would just be perfect. It would be perfect. Because if Ospreay doesn't want to live in America, make him the guy in NXT Europe then. Make him the guy. I love that idea, James. I think it's brilliant. Okay, Cody in the ring, as we said. Just saw a replay of last week when Dom Dom slapped him. It'd be nice to come out here. Hear Brock's music. I don't think Brock's got the balls to face me again. Try this on for size. You versus me. So he is challenging him. Money in the bank? Money in the bank. You versus me. Money in the bank. Cody against Dom Dom. Cody against Dom Dom. Crowd are yesing away. The crowd like the sound of that. Crowd like the sound of that. As you all saw, loud boos raining down. I'm not afraid of anyone in the world. I embarrass Cody in the middle of this ring just like I would anyone else. You suck, chance. I knew this match was going to happen, said Bryson. Supreme Tie, shout out to you. Cody versus Dom, that's a WrestleMania main event, said Stone 9540. You suck, chance. It's a yes or a no. Crowd are chanting yes. They really want him to accept. My Latino, he is more of a man than anyone in this arena. More of a man than you, says Rhea. Oh, Miz attacks from behind. Miz attacks from behind. It's not a great sneak attack in all fairness. So, Dominik attacks Cody again whilst he's distracted. Cody goes down. Okay, I think they accepted. It was a little clunky in places. Okay, so Miz attacks. And that allows Cody to be distracted. Dominik did try to go for him. It's when Cody goes back to the Miz that Dominik nails him and runs up again. Yeah, I mean, look, it did what it needed to do. I don't think it set the world on fire, but it did what it needed to do. It looks like Dominik, Cody. I mean, if you think, what, 11 minutes? 11 minutes, we've had a new championship unveiled. We've had Cody come out and confront Dominik. We've had Miz attack Cody. We've had Dominik attack Cody. We've had Rhea, I believe, accept the Money in the Bank match on Dom Dom's behalf. So, we put a fair bit into that opening 11 minutes there. What a heel. I love it, says AB Jobson. Brenton said to push back on the Taker comparisons. Taker was... hang on. Don't actually have my chat open that's not on screen. To push back on the Taker comparison, Taker's gimmick was that he was an actual Undertaker, funeral parlors, caskets, with a mortician for a manager. Supernatural out there stuff was later. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm not saying that the supernatural stuff is the part I would question. I think if you was in a meeting in the late 80s, I mean, it was what, 1990 that he came in. Apparently Vince had this idea for a little while that he wanted an old Western, like a Western mortician, I believe is what it was. But it's someone that comes down and is a dead man. Well, he's not an actual dead man, but he comes down. He slowly walks to the ring. He's an undertaker. It is something very different than what was around at the time. And as I said, like at the time, like would that be seen as something that was cool? Would that be seen as something, because it's a gimmick? It's a massive gimmick. So that is something that I could see people have an issue with. I don't disagree. For me, the supernatural stuff is cringe, right? I don't. It's not a conversation that we need to get into again, but I never saw supernatural stuff from The Undertaker, and certainly not in the early stages. An example people love to give is Undertaker at Royal Rumble 94 being lifted to the heavens, but you can see the flipping cables, right? I watched that as a kid. I was a kid and I saw it on TV, and at no point did I believe his soul was going to heaven, and I was a child. So I don't know. I don't know if there's adults out there that were freaking out thinking Undertaker's soul was going to heaven. I have no idea. But this is what I'm saying. Like, it's weird because back in the day when you watched wrestling, you watched it in your own little world. There was no social media, so you couldn't talk about things. You just interpreted them however you saw them. So I think people interpreted different moments in wrestling history slightly differently from other people. And so for me, I never saw anything from Undertaker that even remotely made me believe he was supernatural. For me, as they even said on commentary, he was the master of mind games. But what I do love about Undertaker is one of my favorite ever characters, of course, is that he operated for me in that gray area. If you want to believe that they were supernatural, you want to suspend disbelief. You want to believe that like his soul was going to heaven at Royal Rumble 94. You could do that. You could do that. You could go with like the urn having magical powers. If you want to believe the urn actually did have magical powers for the Undertaker, you could go with that. If you want to believe that he was going up to heavens, you can believe in that. If you want to believe he was actually being buried alive, you can believe in that. So, as I said, it was a very different time. And I think we all were watching wrestling different to how we watch it now, because now you've got instant reaction from other people. And it would be very interesting if we didn't have social media in this day and age, as to like just how different people would think and feel about the current product. I suppose in a way you still get to see those differences on social media, but back in the day you never saw that. You was just in your own little world. You was in your own little bubble. I do miss that. The pre social media days were just so good, because you could have your own opinions, have your own thoughts, and enjoy the product the way that you was watching it. And now, like, it's, I don't know. There's people that get told they're idiots for thinking like certain things. It's like, that never used to happen. You used to watch wrestling back in the day, and you didn't have anyone shouting at you. Didn't have anyone shouting through your window saying you was an idiot, like you do on social media these days. So I do feel sorry for the kids that they're not ever going to experience wrestling in that way. In regards to The Undertaker, yeah, I would just say that, look, back in the day, that was a gimmick. It was a gimmick. It was one that worked and played out, I think, obviously very well. But I don't think it's unfair to suggest that when it was first presented, that it wouldn't have been palatable to everybody. That was the only point I was making. Just like with this like UFO gimmick, you can look at it and go, what? Like, and oh God, never work. And maybe it wouldn't, but maybe it would. Maybe it would. Maybe it would have been great. Maybe you could have had real fun with it. Maybe it could have been something that would have provided a little bit of comedy, could have provided, you know, Dexter Lumis going out to different sites. We could have sent him off to Area 51, 52, whatever area it is. Could have sent him off there. Could have, you know, he could have tried to recruit some other people. He could have had you could have really gone into someone being really into like the conspiracy theory stuff. You know, you could, because I always think wrestling is really interesting when it has personalities and and like people with different interests. Because if everyone's just going to be the same and bland, it's going to be a bit flat. I mean, I'm probably not the right person to have this conversation with, because I grew up with the new generation when we had Dustbin Men and we had Adam Bomb and we had Undertakers and we had Papa Shongos and we had, you know, all these different characters that brought all these this color. It just brought this world to life. As I said, one of the very first matches I ever saw was a policeman battling away with a prisoner. It was Big Boss Man against Nails. And again, you might even look at that and go, what? I mean, if you think about where wrestling had been, which was just two guys training, you know, in many ways, it was like UFC in the sense of it was just people that were trying to make a name for themselves. Fast forward, now you've got Undertakers, you've got prison officers, you've got prisoners, you know, you've got all these gimmicks like that. The way that WWE became so cartoony has been spoken about a lot. Jim Cornette has spoken about how he didn't like the WWE cartoony worlds. It wasn't for him. It definitely had a lot of people roll in their eyes as to how these characters, these wrestlers were being presented. So it's one of those, it's not going to be to everybody's taste, but I've grown up with the new generation. I've grown up with those characters. They were the ones that got me hooked. And I think as a result, I just really like characters, gimmicks, personalities. Don't like going too far. Don't like the supernatural stuff. I like it to be based in reality. But people that believe in UFOs, they exist in reality. There's people out there that do believe that UFOs have visited us or that they've been abducted. There are those people out there. And so you could explore that world. And it's one of them, innit? I mean, I think I'm a bit more like, if you try it and it fails, what have you lost? If you try it and it fails, okay, just try something else that fits. Haven't really lost anything. But you might try it and you might find the next Undertaker. You might find the next Kane. You might find, you know, the next whoever. So, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those. I really don't think Road Dogg should be looked down on for throwing out some ideas, for like going, how about this? How about that? I mean, I haven't seen the interview. I don't know how hard he was pushing for it. I haven't seen the nuances. I mean, if he wants him to dress up as a flipping alien and stuff like this, then I would agree that's, you know, not going to work. I can't see that working. But I do also think there might be something in it. I'm a bit more like, let's try it. I remember this. I was this way as well. Do you remember when Adam Cole was being brought up as Keith Lee's manager? And you had loads of people going, what? Adam Cole, Keith Lee's manager? I was a bit more like, hang on, let's try it. Let's try it. It's not what I would do, but it might work. It might work because it might be just a way of getting him settled into the main roster and, you know, getting him talking. And as I said, I think when you first start on the main roster, it's very difficult to get from NXT to the main roster and get settled in. I think you see a lot of stars that struggle with that because it's such a different world. NXT, it's the same building every week in front of a few hundred people. Whereas Raw and SmackDown, it's a few thousand people and you're traveling all over the country. And that change is a big, big change. It's a big difference. Big difference. You know, you've got a whole new locker room of people. You've got legends. There's a few legends around in NXT, certainly Shawn Michaels. But in the locker room, who are you looking at? Bron Breakker. Von Wagner. You're not really looking around and seeing Randy Orton, Roman Reigns, Becky Lynch, Seth Rollins, AJ Styles. That's intimidating. That's intimidating to think that your work has got to stand up next to their work, and they've got all those years on you. And you're trying to find your place in the locker room, and you're trying to travel all over the country, and you're trying to flesh out your character, and you're trying to get over. It's a lot. It is a lot if you come up from NXT to the main roster. So the idea that they were going to bring up Adam Cole and not permanently have him as Keith Lee's manager, but just introduce him in that way. And then eventually we would start using him in ring, whatever. I didn't have a problem with that. I thought people really blew that out of proportion. People just want Adam Cole to come up and be the NXT Adam Cole and to bang straight from the start. And it's like, nah, I do understand there is going to be a degree of starting again. NXT is viewed by about 550,000 people. That means that even if you go to Raw, there's still about 1.3 million on a weekly basis that don't watch your stuff. So it's a different world, man. It's a different world. I've said before, it's like being a manager of a corner shop and then being put in charge of a hyper Walmart. Like, you might be able to do the job, but it's a different job in many ways. It's just so much bigger. Right, we are back underway. With Seth and Rhea's titles looking the same and Roman and Asuka's belts the same, it's brought both heavyweight titles to a more even playing field. Roman's belts feel like a level down. Scorching ECW Heatwave. Brent said, if I remember right, Road Dogg said Dexter Lumis' pitch was at Skinwalker Ranch. Oh, I don't know what that is. Nevada. I guess UFO stuff is in now. Didn't WWE try conspiracy theory thing with Sami Zayn? They did, but the thing with him is he felt there was conspiracy against him. I don't think that he was into like UFOs, flat Earth, QAnon, all that kind of stuff. Some of it might be a little tricky to touch on. Touching on QAnon obviously is going to be very political, so you might not want to go that way. But I think Flat Earth is right there for taking Mick out of, to be honest. Cody's picked up the win over The Miz. So that match didn't take us too long. So, Sammy felt that there was a conspiracy against him, but I would say that's a little different than believing in UFOs and believing in conspiracy theories. I'd be down for seeing it. That's all I would say. Doesn't strike me as the greatest idea I've ever heard. It's not one that I would necessarily fight for or go into battle for. But I am, as I said, maybe a little bit more of the mindset of, well, let's flesh it out. Let's mock up what the creative would look like. Let's figure out what we would do with it. Let's see what the segments look like. Would you use it as a comedy character? Would you put some people with him? Could we go and do some interesting stuff? Could we film somewhere? How would that play into stories? I'd be open to having those conversations. Right, Cody signing a weight bout of kids and making its way up the entranceway. 26 minutes in, believe it or not. Cody picking up the win against The Miz. I must admit, I wasn't really crazy about that matchup. It's a match we've seen a few times before. Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens taking on the Ring General, Gunther and Ludwig Kaiser. So we've got that coming up. We've got Money in the Bank qualifying match. Matt Riddle takes on Damian Priest. So that match coming up tonight. I like that background. That looks cool. Looks like subway trains whizzing past them. We've got Becky talking to Sammy and KO. KO wearing a Mean Gene shirt. Okay, here's Big Time. Big Time is having a look at Maxine in a singlet. Maxine just getting a little bit of some tips. So Big Time is making her way out. Maxine getting tips from Otis. I like that Mean Gene shirt. That's pretty cool. She's had a little bit of trouble, hasn't she, with Trish and Zoe. Maxine looks great in that singlet as well, by the way. That woman, man. It's a woman with a man shirt. She's right on the corner. She was so excited. That's cool. You missed my members chat. Oh, hello, Edwards. Hope you're well, buds. Was it recent? Wow. Diviners. Shout out to you, bud. Diviners. Edward, what did it say? Just put it in. Becky against Chelsea. Coming up after the break. Right. Let's change this bit at the bottom. It is no longer Rhea Ripley. Hasn't been for a while, actually. Becky versus Chelsea. Right, WWE might have huge plans for Candice and Tegan after filing trademarks on their ring names, says Theo. Merch beanies, says Matt. No plans for that, unfortunately. It would probably make sense. But I'm just so focused at the moment on just trying to get more content out onto the channel. And really, we've been putting quite a lot of stuff out recently. We've been doing, obviously, consistently the reviews of the shows. But I've also been doing those little, like, 2022 recap videos, which I really like doing, actually, because they're good just to remind me of kind of where we are. And I think also if you just get into wrestling now, I think it's good to know, right, look, this is what Bianca did last year. I can't really bring people up to speed with where we are so far this year because it's not really worth doing until the end of the year, is it really? It's not really much point in doing a Bianca 2023 so far because next week it'll be out of date. So I don't know. I'm kind of having a little look at those. I'm loving the show reviews, but I'm so dialed into that stuff that things like merch and whatever is taking a back seat. Strong rumors that United is Qatari, but nothing official. Okay. Brenton said, I'm excited for Dom to get a match with Cody. Kind of a test for Dom to see if he can potentially move up in the cards. He's over as Rhea's guy. Is he too over in that role to be moved up? I don't know that he's too over to be moved up. I mean, I think if he is moved up and he holds his own, I mean, listen, if Dominik and Cody can go to Money in the Bank and put on a really good match, I think what's tricky is if he is capable of being involved in 5-star matches, that is only going to strengthen his position. I think it's tricky though as to how you present it because he is that sneaking up, slapping you in the face, running away kind of a guy. So it's going to be really hard to take that guy and find a way of constructing a 5-star match because a 5-star match should mean back and forth, shouldn't it? I mean, I can only imagine you're going to need lots of Rhea interference with Dominik getting very close pinfalls. But it's going to, how much can Rhea interfere before the referee throws her out? And if she gets thrown out, how is Dominik going to make it a competitive match? If Rhea's not there, how does Dominik and his character make it a competitive back and forth contest, which is what you would need it to be if you are looking for a 5-star match? I don't quite know how you solve that. It'd be a great one to sit down and really get your teeth into. It'd be one where if you did work in creative and you had an hour, and they were like, put this match together, you'd be like, okay, let's give this a go. This sounds like fun. Let's try and figure out how we can get Dominik to have a 5-star match with just him and Cody. Because at the start, as I said, you have Rhea involved. But then at some point, we do the old, out of there. What does he do then? So, to be honest, yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think I've got the same questions as Brenton. Like how, I think it can be done. But how you go about doing it is going to be very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe they just won't look for the 5-star match. Not every match is meant to be a 5-star match. Perhaps they'll just look for it to be a frustrating night where Cody tries to get his hands on Dominik, and I'm guessing eventually does, and that's it. Everyone goes home happy. But I don't know. I'd like to see them really putting some thought into it and seeing what they can come up with. Because you've got arguably the biggest heel and arguably the biggest face in a match going against each other at Money in the Bank. It's interesting. 52 Games Podcast said Raw has got no sound, but the commercials do. Raw's got no sounds. Raw's got sound, but well, I've got sounds. Big Becky chants. Becky. Try turning your TV off and on again, but although saying that, if commercials have got sound, that's a bit strange. Becky said she's going to Money in the Bank, so we got a promo first. There's one thing that's always eluded me, and that's winning Money in the Bank. Daisy said, hey, love you, amazing. Just wanted you to know that. Edward, thank you, buds. Hope you're well. Sorry I missed that. You know, just chatting away. Chit chat. We've got... I've been thinking. So Becky said the person that's number one in this company is the person that's got power, and who's got more power than the person that holds that briefcase? I don't really see that logic, but God bless her. She said, all this talk about power is getting me a little bit tongue-tied because I really like power. The power to make the champion scared. I like it when people do dangerous things because it makes me better. When we talk about people being scared, we only have to look at Trish Stratus. So she's talking about Zoe Stark. I like this pairing. Okay, here comes Zoe. I don't know if Trish is there this evening, but Zoe certainly is. She comes walking out. She's wearing her Thank You Trish top. Good for you. Do you know one accomplishment you'll never get to do? Booze for Zoe. That's beat Trish Stratus. You can add not beating Zoe Stark on your list of failures. I'd like to see these two go at it. These two could put on a fun match. Zoe's good, man. We haven't learnt much about you, have we, Zoe? I know you're special in this ring. I know you've got finesse and agility. She calls her a pit bull. I know the one thing you lack is a personality. You've got finesse, you've got agility, but the one thing you lack is a personality. You became relevant off someone breaking your face. Defcon Eric, Pirate King Jack said, Rise of the Beasts was awesome. Super chat well spent. Defcon Eric, Pirate Jack Adventure, shout out to you. I don't know what Rise of the Beasts is, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Chelsea's coming down. So Zoe interrupted. They exchanged a few words. But here comes Chelsea Green. Along with Sonia. Okay. Crowd are quite quiet for this. Zoe, was it? I don't know what Zoe was doing there. Zoe just went, ooh, like this. There's a moment there where Zoe, I think, goes like that to try and scare him, but they didn't react, so it made Zoe look a bit silly. Oh. What's she doing? I don't know if she did that on purpose or if she actually tripped. I don't know if it was a stumble. Well, I need to have a look at a replay of that. She just went... I think she did it on purpose. Yeah, she did. I think she did it on purpose. Becky is dope on the mic, said Intoxicated Beats. Why was Zoe so surprised when Chelsea came out? Okay, Becky against Chelsea. Bell has sounded, and we are underway. I gotta say, I think the crowd were a bit quiet during that segment. Bit of a shame. I like Zoe. Becky putting some work in, trying to get the crowds involved. I just think the crowd don't know Zoe, and obviously Trish isn't around, so it's a bit of an ask. Commercial break. I'm good. I've been busy with my first jobs, not been able to get time off. They were quiet. Chelsea is the female Shawn Michaels, says Tom. People claim Cody needed to go through more adversity before beating Roman at next year's WrestleMania. But with the way things have gone with the bloodline, how is it not Jay? Well, I would say not Jay because Jay's not a main event star. Jay is someone that you can build up to that point because of this story. But once he's out of this story, he's not the face of the company, is he? He's not a main event star. He's not Cody. He's not Brock. He is someone that is a big player in this story and absolutely can face Roman for the titles. But I don't think is the person that you would look to put the belts on. He's not the person I would look to put the belts on. Just because once the story's done, as we said, what do you do then? I think that he and Jimmy are one of the best tag teams WWE have ever had. I think that is their legacy. That's the word I was looking for. That's their legacy as being the best tag team arguably ever in the history of WWE. Just keep doing stuff to keep elevating that. Because to be honest, we with them, we should get to the point where it's not even a doubt. It's not even a question. You know, we look at the number of titles they've had, the amount of time they've had those titles, the storylines they've been involved with. You know, I think they could probably do with some more main events. I mean, if we could get them into some more B-show pay-per-view main events, you know, that's going to help as well. So, yeah, this whole Bloodline story at the moment, it's great for Jay. It's great for Jimmy. You can absolutely do Jimmy versus Roman, Jay versus Roman. No problem whatsoever. But I don't think for me personally, I don't think you put the title on him, because once you get past this story, I think all of a sudden then you are stuck a little bit. You'd probably have to get the belt off him quite quick. It would just be a case of, unless you're really going to get behind him and give him a hell of a run. But think about what Roman does to ratings. Think about, like, when Roman's on the show, the bump that you get. I just don't see you getting that with Jay. I don't see, like, if we advertise Jay's going to be on SmackDown next week, I don't think the ratings will do a great deal. Just because he's not been presented that way. I think he's in a great place at the moment, though, because of the Bloodline. And as I said, I think you've definitely got some options and things that you can do with them. But I think if I was booking it, I would be more interested in, how do I make the Usos undeniably, absolutely undeniably, the greatest tag team WWE have ever had? How do I take any doubt away that they are the best, they are the greatest? That's what I would want to do for them. Because I feel like they're in that conversation already. I think they're in the conversation. You might look at Dudley Boys. You might look at Hardys. You might look at Legion of Doom. You might look at New Day. But what do you need to do to make them the absolute undeniable greatest tag team? For some people, there might already be that. But I think there's more that we can do. And as I said, starting point might be to try and get them in some more main events and actually get them like a red hot feud with another tag team, and get them into some main events and kind of take it from there. Has Zoe gone up a ladder? She has. Zoe's climbed up a ladder in the entranceway and she's watching the action unfold in the ring. Rampage did 291 in its normal time slot. I know people are going to say who cares about ratings, but when is it too low? Collision debuting soon. Could Rampage fall below 200? Don't know, but face first, Becky going into that turnbuckle. I don't know what too low is, because I don't know what that time slot does. I mean, what I can tell you is that Ultimate Fighter started with Conor McGregor as one of the coaches, and that number came in at a 290 something as well. Part of this could be TV and the decline of viewership. You know, just not as many people are watching TV that used to, because now you've got so many other options, as we've said, right? Now, granted, Rampage has been much higher than where it is, and fairly recently as well. So I don't think we can necessarily blame viewership decline there. I think it is that the show is just not seen as essential viewing. But when is too low is one that the networks would have to answer. And considering that the Ultimate Fighter with Conor McGregor just got 290-something thousand, I don't know if the Rampage number looks all that bad at the moment. I mean, you could axe Rampage, put something else there. I don't know what it gets. It might only get 250. Didn't Power Slap get about 280 or something? I think as long as you're around this area, this seems to be where Power Slap was. This is where Ultimate Fighter is. I'm wondering if this is what the number should be. They might have been massively overachieving, and now it's settled down to where it should be. Maybe if it does continue to drop and get down into the 100 and something, I don't know, maybe that's when an alarm bell will ring. But, yeah, it seems like a lot of people are struggling at the moment. Becky, still very quiet in this contest. Roll up there by Chelsea to Becky, looking for the disarmer, and she gets it. Becky with the disarmer. Becky gets the disarmer, and Chelsea taps. So Becky picks up the win. No surprise. So Zoe Stark was watching that. So Zelina from the entranceway. Zelina, Becky, Bailey, Io, Zoe. That is the current lineup for Money in the Bank. We got one more spot that we need to fill. One more spot to fill. Money in the Bank. There's Chelsea selling the arm injury. She's a good seller. I like Chelsea. Okay, one of the biggest main events in Raw history. The World Heavyweight Championship was defended last week. Seth Rollins defending against Damian Priest. Hope you are well, having a good stream. I saw Rhea has the new women's title. Out of the two new belts are way better than SmackDown titles. What you like the two world titles, do you? Cool. We're just seeing the world title from last week with Seth. I tweeted you some AE. Oh, hold on. AE. Do you know what? I've not had any sound issues tonight, and that is so annoying. So annoying. Look at this. I've got a mixer. I've got a spare cable. I've got a cable for the mixer. I bought these things yesterday. They only came today. That's why they haven't been opened. I bought these 3 things so that if my sound played up, I could fix it immediately. I've had no sound issues tonight. No sound issues. What the hell was going on Saturday? The mystery deepens. James says, BJ Whitmire has been terminated following his arrest on domestic violence charges. Whilst talent and staff are ultimately responsible for their own personal actions, this behavior is intolerable within AEW. AEW has reached out to offer support to those impacted by his behavior. That is what a producer says, James. Thank you. And always good to know. Bits and bobs that are happening. I think that's well dealt with by AEW, to be honest. A lot of smoke backstage. Why is there so much smoke? Cody's going to get smacked at Money in the Bank. Look at Finn. Finn was talking to himself there. Got a lot on his mind. Damian Priest said, yeah, look at Finn, man. Finn just standing there, and look at the look. Look at the look. Woo! Wow, Damian Priest walked off Balor. Whoa. Where are we heading? Is he... I mean, it feels like the demon... I don't know if we're going to go down a supernatural road with Balor or whatever. Damian Priest walks off. Oof. It was in all fairness, it was the big talking point coming out of last week. Have you heard Disney are interested in buying TV advertising or something wherever goes to contracts between Raw and SmackDown? I haven't heard that. They're interested in buying advertising on WWE. It's good. It's good for WWE. When do WWE put Money in the Bank merch up on their official site? When will they put it up? I don't know. It might be. I would imagine it'll be going up very soon if it's not up already. They'll obviously have it at the actual O2 Arena if you're going. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's like a set date of like, oh, it's always 2 weeks before or whatever. I think we've still got about 3. I think it was 3 weeks. I think it was 3 weeks to go. I mean, it'll be on Euroshop. Definitely, it'll be on Euroshop. But I don't know when it drops. Is it nothing on there yet? Am I surprised it's not on there yet? I suppose. You'd think they would just start churning it out as soon as one pay-per-view's done. Just start getting the merch out for the next pay-per-view, you know? T-shirts. Let's have a look. The new women's world title, of course, is on there. New Cody Rhodes shirts have gone up. Yeah, no, nothing yet. It'll be up there. I don't know that there is a set date of like it's always 2 weeks before, whatever, but who knows? Maybe it is that. Perhaps it is 2 weeks before. Maybe it'll be like this weekend. Just looking at the shirts now. Right. Disney own ESPN and FX. It would be on FX if Disney got it, says Chris. Are you going to Money in the Bank? I'm not going to Money in the Bank, but I will be at London Waterloo Station, which is just a few stops, not many stops, a few stops away. So people can easily get there if they're going to the show. And Wrestling Shop Live. I mean, to be honest, even if you can't stand me, right, which I would totally understand, I really would recommend going to this thing because there is going to be a shop that's just going to have loads of wrestling figures and wrestling merch, stuff that you can't get in Smith's at the moment. Smith's and BMM is obviously hit and miss here in the UK. You never know quite what you'll find there. But Smith's just tend to carry the current lines. Wrestling Shop have obviously got stuff going back to like Series 80. I think they've got stuff going back into the 70s, Series 77, whatever. So there's going to be like loads of current stuff, older stuff. I know they're trying to get in things that have been exclusive to America. They're trying to bring in things that were exclusive to Walmart, exclusive to Target. So you'll see figures that you can't find in Smith's, definitely. And other merch as well, T-shirts and DVDs, bits and bobs. As well as that, I am going to be there, and you can come meet me and say hello. I've got no problem chatting away with people. I desperately want people to come along because I just don't want to stand there on my own. So I'm there on the Thursday and the Friday, but the shop is open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as well. And I found out they're trying to get a wrestler. They're trying to get a wrestler to go along as well. It would be a legend. It wouldn't be a current star because obviously they're busy. So it would be a legend. I think they're going to try to get someone that has got a figure because then obviously they can sign the figure. So they're working on stuff. That's what I know. They're trying. Whether that comes off or not, I honestly don't know. Whether they can get it over the line, I honestly don't know. But I know they are trying. And Mattel are there as well. So there is definitely a happening. If you are a wrestling fan, there will be a happening at Waterloo. It's a little new shopping centre that's open there called The Sidings. I actually went the other day. It's really easy to find. It's and the shop will be easy to find. It's just at the end where the trains are. You just go down the end and then the new shopping centre's there. It's pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. It's going to be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to it. But if Vince never created WWE, would there be pro wrestling today without Vince? Wow, there's a lot to unpack there, isn't there? There is a lot to unpack. 100% there would be wrestling without Vince. He technically didn't create WWE. It was his dad, and I think before that his granddad, that had Capital Wrestling. Capital Wrestling became WWWF, which then became WWF, which is then what Vince bought. He bought it from his dad in, I think, 83. So, you know, when we talk about Bruno being champion in the 60s and the 70s, and we talk about superstar Billy Graham, and we talk about Dusty back in the 70s doing a bit of work with WWE. When we talk about that era, that's actually not Vince. That's not Vince. Well, not Vince we know. That's Vince Senior. That's Vince's dad. So he bought that from his dad. And he changed wrestling. He revolutionized, modernized, you know, gave us WrestleMania, you know, took out from all the territories and everything. But, yeah, there would undoubtedly be wrestling. Wrestling goes back like centuries. It's one of the oldest, maybe even the oldest sports is wrestling, which goes back like to the Greeks, the ancient Greeks and everything. So the idea of Vince not creating WWE and us having no wrestling, definitely not. There would definitely be wrestling without WWE. And as we said, you know, Vince actually bought WWE in 83. He definitely did give us the product we know now, but it existed before that. I love that question, though. I love that question because I think, you know, this is... People come into wrestling at different times. And some people can be really young. Some people could be just getting into wrestling. And so I think if you've got those sorts of questions... ask away. Yeah, ask away. I might not have the answer to a lot of stuff, but we can maybe find it or someone will know it. And yeah, I don't think, you know, questions like that should not be discouraged in the slightest. I think that's a really good question. Riddle is in the ring with Damian Priest. Damian Priest goes over the top rope to the outside. I need to change this at the bottom, don't I? Do you think Jay will side with Jimmy or Roman? I think he will side with Jimmy. Riddle and Priest. Right. What I will say is we're an hour into this show. I don't think we've had many lulls. I would like some more lulls. There hasn't felt like there's been much to lull about. I did lull at Zoe going like this and no one reacting. And I did lull at Maxine Dupree. Ooh. And I did lull at Damian Priest launching himself. I mean, that's the kind of way I chuck myself onto a bed. He just went like that onto the commentary table as Riddle moved out the way. I mean, that's like bedroom wrestling. Look at that. Bang. He just splashed the commentary table. We got forearm strikes coming in by Riddle. Riddle, bang, collides into Damian Priest. Kick coming in by Riddle. Damian Priest catching the leg. Duck underneath. Picking up Riddle, planting him down. Riddle going face first. Damian Priest backing up, going over to the corner. Damian Priest in control at the moment. It's interesting when you say people get into wrestling. I've always assumed most people still watch Raw are the tried and trues that have been watching forever, said Big Time Baxter. Oh, no, I mean, there's people that are coming into it all the time. I mean, predominantly kids, but in all fairness, I mean, if you're a parent and you never engaged in wrestling and then your kid got into it, you know, that's a way for an adult to enter the world as well. I'm not saying that adult is going to really, you know, be jumping onto YouTube when their kid's gone to bed to find out more about it. But I don't know, maybe that does happen. It's very unusual to find adults that get into this. You tend to get in as a kid. And you've only got to look at the crowd and see the kids. to know that there are kids that are getting into this all the time. But as we said, there's adults that are getting into it mainly because of their kids, or maybe they're young adults that have always had a bit of a passing interest, but never really, sat down and given it a go. Everyone's got their own individual stories, haven't they? But it is true. There's people coming and going in wrestling all the time. I think WWE are very good at acknowledging that. This is why, the shows are so easy to pick up. I mean, if you don't need to know anything about wrestling, you don't need to know anything about it. You could watch Raw and SmackDown, and you'd be entertained. And making it accessible, it is important, because there's people that are joining for the first time, but then there are also people that, like lapsed fans, that have gone away, that want to check back in to see what's happening at the moment. And so bringing people up to speed with video packages and whatever, it's flipping annoying if you watch week in, week out. But it's also something that I think is very useful as well for people that are joining for the first time or returning. Damien has got Riddle up on his shoulders. Tell you the other thing that does as well, and that it makes the shows and the matches feel a little more important, because take AEW, for example. They do not do anywhere near as much video packages as I think they should. Things can be made on Rampage, and you won't know it's been made on Rampage. And then it just, we've got a match that's happening on Dynamite, and you don't know where it's came from, why it's happening. These people weren't feuding last Wednesday. Now they're having a match, and you don't know why. And they could easily show you a little clip from Rampage. I don't think we ever get shown clips from Rampage. And I think that if there was to do that, not only would it make the shows more accessible, but I think it would help you feel a bit more involved with the match as to why it's happening and why you should care about it. Because to be honest, a lot of those kinds of matches, Falcon Arrow by Damian Priest, and he just chucked Riddle on his tailbone, and Riddle screams out in pain. Yeah, I think it made you feel a bit more engaged and involved, because if you was to see those video packages, you would know why they're fighting, why it's important, why the person wants to beat the other person. I tend to spend the first few moments of those kinds of matches going, why is this happening? Where's this from? I don't even know who this person is. So, it helps with that as well. So there are definitely pros, but there are cons as well. If you watch week in, week out, then it sucks, doesn't it? Having to just see recaps of things you've already seen, recaps from earlier in the show. I think there's a balance, and I think you can definitely make the argument that WWE goes too far into it, and then I think you can make the argument that AEW don't go far enough. And I feel like the sweet spot is somewhere in the middle, and I'm not sure we've quite got that balance quite right. I feel like it's got better under Triple H, though. I don't feel like we drown in recaps quite as much as we did. They are still ever present, though. Did you see the clip of the dog in the crowd at the AAA show? No. Was he having fun? Was he enjoying it? I do think dogs are massive fans. Was he a luchador? Like Labrador, but luchador. I don't think that worked. I gave it a good go, though. Nice. I'm quite happy with it. Dad Stuff said, it's very prestigious when you get picked for your first Rumble. Given that even less are selected, do you think wrestlers see it as prestigious when they get selected for Money in the Bank? That's a good question. That's a good question, because if you're a wrestler and you get selected for the Rumble, it's nice to know that you're in the Rumble. But the Rumble has a real mixture of sometimes NXT talent, sometimes returning legends. I think it would depend where you are on the cards, to be honest. If you are at the top of the card, like Becky, I think that you would have an expectation that you would be involved in the Rumble and an expectation you'd be involved in Money in the Bank if you didn't have anything going at the moment, right? So you're not involved in any kind of big storyline. You're not going to have a match at the show. So, yeah, you know, I'd hope that I'd be in Money in the Bank. I'd hope I'd be in the Rumble. If I'm like an NXT talent and I get selected for the Rumble, wow, yeah, oh my God, they chose me. Out of everyone from NXT, they chose me. And exactly the same. I mean, imagine if Bron Breakker gets added to Money in the Bank. I mean, that'd be massive. That'd be prestigious. That'd be amazing for him. But I'm trying to think who's in Money in the Bank. For other people that are quite high up the cards, it might not be as big of a deal. So I think it really depends on your status, your place on the card, your place in the company. Bron Breakker challenged Seth last week. Will Seth respond to Bron? Thea Hale. Will Thea Hale make her move for the NXT Women's Championship? If you're not watching NXT, now is a really good time to do it. I think there's some really good stuff going on in NXT. And not only that, Seth Rollins has been challenged by Bron Breakker. And Bron Breakker, will he get his answer tomorrow? Will Seth accept? Will that world title be defended against Bron? Of course, I'm expecting it. I don't know on what show, but I am expecting it to happen. I'm guessing it'll be at Great American Bash, which is coming up soon. Bron Breakker against Seth Rollins. Main event. Bit of a shame if that main event's over the NXT title, but Seth Rollins, and it's a world title. It's an actual legit world title. Or maybe they'll chuck it on a normal episode of NXT. I'm not sure. But yeah, we do NXT watch-alongs on a Tuesday. We will be live tomorrow. If you don't normally watch it, swing by. I think you'll enjoy it. Right, we're still underway with this match between Riddle and Damian Priest. We're only 20 minutes away from half time, actually. We've been chatting about a few different bits and bobs. I don't think this show has particularly been the strongest. I don't think this crowd have been the strongest. I think there's still been some talking points, though. I mean, Finn Balor moment was interesting, right? There's not loads that you can really read into it. I think you could ask the question of, is the demon coming? Maybe the smoke and the amount of smoke. I don't know if that's a factor as well. I don't know if that's something that we can look at. But that look that he gives Priest when he walks away, and Finn saying that he's just got stuff on his mind, it feels like that, again, is one of the big talking points. And, of course, Rhea getting the new championship. That's a talking point as well. And we're about to find out who's going to get into Money in the Bank. Will it be Riddle or will it be Damian Priest? Which one of these two is going to go into Money in the Bank? Riddle up top gets knocked into that top turnbuckle. We should get the conclusion of this match now. We've been underway with this for a little while. Damian Priest grabbing Riddle, looking for that razor's edge. I think Riddle, is he going to look to flip over? He does. He flips over, lands on his feet, but a kick comes in by Damian Priest. Riddle is up. Nice superplex. Lovely work by Riddle. Both guys are down. Riddle with the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. What happened to Johnny and Ciampa reuniting? Apparently still the plan. Apparently still on the way. So I don't know if we'll see a little something on that this week. But I don't think that's been derailed or anything. What was that by James? James said, did you see the clip of the dog? Oh, I saw that. Well, I didn't see the clip, but Riddle flips over, lands on his feet, rolls back, kick, misses. Against the ropes goes Riddle. Damian Priest looking for Razor's Edge, connects with it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Priest wins. Priest wins. Priest beats Riddle to qualify for Money in the Bank. Boom. So, Ricochet, LA Knight, Santos Escobar, Damian Priest, Pete Dunne, Butch, and Nakamura. To be honest, any of those winning would be a surprise. I mean, that is not a star-studded field, is it? That is not a star-studded. We are not looking at the likes of AJ Styles, Finn Balor, Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn. You know, it's not Cody Rhodes. It's not that level. It's the next level down. It's a battle of the mid-carders. Damian Priest steps up to Gunter. Gunter comes out. Pick the bones. Riddle. Knee strikes coming in. So Riddle attacked by Gunter. Yeah, I mean, obviously Riddle attacked Imperium last week. I mean, it wasn't a wise move because it puts you on a collision course with Gunter. Big chop coming in there by Gunter. So Riddle destroyed by Gunter after he loses to Damian Priest. Riddle against Gunter would be a lot of fun. I'd be down for that. I'm also thinking, imagine if Randy came back and we got RK Bro against Imperium. Could be pretty sick. And if Randy ever got better, and I hope he does, Randy Orton against Gunter. Be sick. Riddle needs a crew. Says Inside Out and again. Pete said it's back to when it first started with upper mid cards and those ready for the main event. I love it. I love it. I agree. You know, don't give it to those that can get main events anyway. I mean, I would argue Sammy can't. I mean, he's been in main events, but, you know, now that he's away from the bloodline, I do worry a little bit about what the future's going to look like for him again. Is he just going to slip further down again? But I agree, you know, rather than Finn, AJ, all these people, let's have a look at that mid card. Let's have a look at that mid card. Let's pick someone. Let's put the briefcase on him and let's go. So I like it. I don't know that I would have a problem with any of those winning. I don't think I'd have a problem with any of them. Can't quite remember everyone now. I want to have a look at that screenshot. I took a screenshot. Here we go. Dirty dum-dum, says Corey. So Ricochet. Ricochet's awesome, but he's never been presented as a killer. This could change that. LA Knight, super popular. Could be his time. Santos Escobar, really like. Leader of the LWO, maybe, along with Ray. Damian Priest is big. Did you see him just standing and staring at Gunter? Pete Dunne. Imagine if Pete Dunne gets it. Imagine if Butch gets it in London. That'd be cool. And Nakamura, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that is seemingly the 6. That is seemingly, we are done. That is the lineup. It's going to be one of those. I think LA Knight probably his favorite. Just because of how over he is, how popular he is at the moment. I wouldn't mind it being Nakamura, though. I really wouldn't mind it being Nakamura. I wouldn't mind it being Butch, but we haven't done much with Butch. I think Ricochet is the least for me. The one that I least interested in. I don't know. That feels like maybe a video. We could do maybe a quick video after the stream on that. We got Cody backstage. Money in the Bank. Good luck, Dum Dum. Money in the Bank. Good luck, Dum Dum. Fired up, Cody Rhodes. 13 minutes from halftime scores. Coming up next, will Jay fall in line with the Bloodline? Will Jay fall in line with the Bloodline? Will Jay fall in Bloodline? Raw under Triple H had some decent shows. Not all of them are home runs, which is fine, but does not feel like a show that is structured the same way, said Big Time Baxter. Robert said Cody is not wearing his titanium forearm. Ooh. Did you see any AEW Fight Forever clips? No. Not other than those little ones that they've been kind of releasing. I haven't seen anything recently. Butch is going to lose Money in the Bank, then switch to Pete Dunne. Let's go. I saw reports Gable Steveson is due to make his debut soon. Okay. Haven't seen that, but cool. Thoughts on that? Well, good. That's my thoughts. We've been waiting years. I mean, he signed not long after he won the Olympic gold medal, and that was in 2021. It's 2023. So we've been waiting a while. He is going to be interesting. I don't know how well he is going to... Listen, he has got an amateur wrestling background, and that has got to be a really good foundation for making you a good in-ring competitor. So actually locking up with people, throwing people, grappling, like, you know, actually getting stuck in. He's going to have all of that. He's got that. And it's a great foundation. It's a great basis, as we saw quite a few times, most notably with Kurt, to then, you know, tweak it and expand upon it and like, you know, builds him up as a great professional wrestler. It really wouldn't surprise me if he was a success and actually became a really, really good professional wrestler. I think he's got a good size to him. He's a big guy. He is credible. He's obviously got the gold medal. He is one of the best amateur wrestlers the USA has ever produced. Dan Hodge Trophy winner. He is unknown on the microphone. I mean, he's unknown in the ring, to be honest. We haven't seen him wrestle, so I don't know. The reports were that he was struggling to pick it up, but I don't know how reliable those reports were. I don't know. That was a little while ago. Where we are now. I know he had spoken about wanting to go back and do the Olympics. So there's a lot of chatter, but there's not much in the way of video evidence. Well, there's none. I haven't seen anything to do with him. So he, to me right now, in pro wrestling terms, is a complete unknown. Don't know what his promo is going to be like. Don't know what he's going to be like in the ring. But I know there's a good foundation there. And he's young. And I'm excited. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. So if he is going to debut soon, let's go. And with Triple H booking, he should have good creative as well. He should have good creative. He should have plenty of opportunity with Triple H. I've got to think they're paying him a good chunk of money as well, so they ain't going to want that investment to get wasted. And WWE are so good, absolute grandmasters at taking people with limitations and making them look like $1 billion. They are gods at doing that. So I think that they will stack the deck and make him look absolutely incredible. Could debut him at WrestleMania next year if it's not going to be even before that. And they'll make him look great. The problem will be once he starts having one-on-one matches and he's got to carry his own weight, you know. Here's Natalia. We were at commercial break, but we're back now. being me has gotten me nowhere. Maybe I don't know how to be me anymore. Huh? Being me got me nowhere. Here's Gunther, Ludwig approaching Sammy and Kevin. Sammy trying to keep KO cool. Obviously, we've seen him losing his temper a lot recently. Where's Baldy? Sammy said, where's Baldy at? That's a good moment. Where's Baldy at? And then Adam Pearce arrives. You want the titles on the line? Fine. Yeah, he's got all fired up again, Kevin. Gunther laughing. Get a good look. Sammy getting in the face of Gunther is pretty sick, actually. I'd love to see that match. Make the title match. Pierce said he'll think about it. So make the title match. Will that be tonight? The kid in the background's got a Uncle Howdy mask on. Right. I think we're just going to have a video recap now of SmackDown. We are. So Gunther says, make the match. I like the Baldy moment. Cynthia, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friend. I hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying Raw so far. Cynthia said, I've got a question. Even though Matt and Jeff are in AEW, do you think maybe they will still be able to be in the Hall of Fame for their time in WWE? Yep. I mean, they 100% should go into the Hall of Fame. I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. I think that, I mean, it's 100%. There's zero doubt. I don't know that WWE would put them in whilst they're with AEW. So I think whilst they're under contract with AEW, they might have to wait. The only thing that does just put a little bit of doubt in my mind is that Jericho went onto the Stone Cold podcast when he was in AEW. That was crazy. Didn't see that coming. I still don't know quite why it got greenlit. I mean, apparently Stone Cold they were talking to Stone Cold about what guests do you want. And he mentioned Jericho, and it got signed off. I don't know. He was surprised. Jericho was surprised. I was surprised. So there is an example of someone being in AEW and doing something with WWE. Jericho would be that example. But I think, to be honest, it's more likely that they would just wait for them to leave AEW. I don't know that Matt and Jeff are going to stay there for the rest of their lives. I mean, once their actual in-ring careers are done, that might be it. They might, part ways with AEW, and then they would be free to go into the WWE Hall of Fame. So I can't see them going in anytime soon. I certainly can't see them going in whilst they're with AEW. WWE do not want to give AEW any kind of promotion, which is just what makes that Jericho moment very surprising. But they absolutely deserve it. You might even make the argument they could go in individually. I don't know about Matt, but Jeff being a former world champion is interesting. So he could, there's maybe potential. Jeff definitely stands a better chance than Matt, but Matt had not a bad little solo career as well. You know, Matt's done some stuff. But I think, to be honest, just put them in as the tag team, and yeah, that'd be good enough for me. I don't need them to go in twice or anything. But definitely as a tag team, they've got to. But I wouldn't expect it anytime soon. But Cynthia, appreciate the support, and good question. Good question. We do touch on that. There's people that ask about Gold Dust, and my answer would be the same there as well. I don't see it happening whilst he's in AEW, but once he's out of AEW, I think that's a no-brainer. KO is going to cost him and Sammy the belts with his keep fighting attitude, says Paulie. Well, the commentators just sort of suggested it might be made for tonight. I mean, I wasn't expecting this match to be made until next week, but they were sort of implying it might be tonight, so... don't forget, Flair went into the WWE Hall of Fame with the Horsemen whilst he was under contract with TNA, says Travis. Yeah, I don't know. TNA, I mean, they were a rival, but I don't know that... To be honest, I don't know how big of a threat they were at the time of him going in. I mean, TNA had really got itself into... there was times where it was getting some great ratings and it was getting some good numbers. But there was also times where it was a million miles away and it just really was not a... I don't want to say not a threat, but... I don't know. I can't remember when he went in as to what state TNA were in, to be honest. If Tony ever wants to work with Stone Cold, he'd better sign off on Jericho, says Michael. Halftime scores. Yeah, we'll do them as soon as we get to the next commercial break. So Ricochet in the ring. I don't know, who's he facing now? He's already in Money in the Bank. We've got the briefcases above the ring. That was an interesting little comment, wasn't it, by Natalia? Ricochet is going to be taking on Bronson Reed. So that's coming up next. Ricochet against Bronson Reed. Ricochet live next. Right. Let's go and change this. Whilst I'm changing this, we can play this. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or are you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, get in your scores. Get in your scores. So, Arborus said 8.5. Terry said 7. Draco said 7. Chaos Theory. I didn't know what Chaos Theory put. Chaos Theory. Where did it go? Trying to blast out. There it is. 6. Spike said 6. Future Compilation said 7. Greg says 8. Justin said 7. Adam said 6.5. BBB Yipsy said 6.75. Justin said 7. Kaz said 6. Wisp says 8. Bryson says 8. Owner of Earth said 7 out of 8. Stone 9540 said 6.5. Johnny said 7. Intoxicated says 8. Ray said 5.5. Shannon said 7.5. AB Jobson said show's okay so far, 7.5 out of 10. Matt says 7.5. Justin said 7. Kewan said 6.5. Steven says 6. Richard said 9.9. Zoom Station said 7. Mike said 7.75. Trey Gaming said 6. Geordie said 6.5. Bryson says 8. Mike said 7.23. Loopy Girl said 6. Let Him In said 7. Trini, insert funny name here. Shout out to you, says 7. Steven said 6. K-pop lover said 7. Alexa Bliss Gamer said 7.5. Leonard says 8. Kaz with a 6. Keaton with a 6. Larry with a 7.5. Shannon with a 7.6. Kieran with a 6. Kappa said 0 because I can't hear Days. Oh, you can't hear it. I thought you said you can't hear me. I was like, oh, I'm ready. But it was the show you can't hear. Derek with a 6. Jim said 8. I can't wait for Brandy to beat Rhea for the championship. Lol. Paulie with a 7.5. William with a 10. If I can ban Austin when he shows up at the end of the stream, I think we would all enjoy that. Marty with a 6.25. George said Cody didn't have the cast on in the interview. It's interesting. Irish Rebel said 7. Oh, hello. Here's Indashia. We are issuing a proper match to, what, Cedric and Shelton, was it? It's a good promo, but that sucked. It's a good promo, Jinder. So there is the graphic. We now know all 6 people in the men's Money in the Bank. I don't think we know all 6 yet. Okay, so Indus, Shia, challenge Cedric and Shelton, I believe it was. Right, here's Bronson Reed. Happy retirement to Amanda Nunes. TNA was getting double the numbers AEW is currently getting. Yeah, I just had a look. So Ric Flair went in 2012. And the TNA ratings in 2012, they were getting about 1.3, 1.4. So they're around that. But WWE at the time was getting like 4. It's amazing, isn't it? About 4.4 for WWE back in 2012. 4.4, 4.4, 4.8. Actually, it says here that Raw on the 8th of April 2012 did 5 million. 5 million. TNA Impact on that same week did 1.4. So the gap between those two shows was about 3.5, about 3.5 million in difference between Impact and Raw for that week. In fairness, normally it's around about 3 million. Looking at it. That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? 2012, 11 years ago. I mean, 4.8, 4.3, 4.4, 5 million. Right, we are underway. Ricochet against Bronson Reeds. I think Raw will move to Prime next year, said Chads. Howdy in the crowds. I saw it, but Ezra said 7.5 from New Zealand. New Zealand, shout out to you. In honor of Uso's halftime score is above 0.08, said Derek. Eye-watering numbers, very much so. Yeah, very much so. They'd love them now. Here's Nakamura making his way down. The king of strong style making his way down to the ring. So Ricochet and Bronson going at it at the moment. Shinsuke making his way down. Ricochet. Bronson. I really like Bronson. Nakamura is being hung over the top rope. I'm pretty sure Ricochet's probably only in the match just to provide some like really impressive aerial stuff, you know? Money in the Bank, that is. Nakamura staring at Bronson as we go to commercial break. Why is WWE changing titles to all white and gold? What are your thoughts? Well, I think the women's belts have been white for quite a while now. So the two women's belts being white, just in line with the way that the previous belts were. In regards to like the changing of the, you know, the designs, if you will, I think it makes sense. It makes sense because you don't want Raw and SmackDown branded belts, because when you do a draft, we end up in this. I mean, this has been a problem for a long time, and I don't think anyone likes seeing the belts just being handed back and forth, right? So they've actually found the best solution possible. So I do applaud them for that. You know, we was a bit confused as to why we had the SmackDown women's title on Raw and the Raw women's title on SmackDown. But what they've done is they've just scrapped those belts, and now we've brought in, like, I can't remember what Asuka's is. Asuka's is the women's championship, isn't it? She's got the WWE Women's Champion, and Rhea has got the WWE Women's World Championship. So we've changed the name. We've changed the belt designs. No longer are they red for Raw, blue for SmackDown. So we've changed that. I think that it's the right idea. It's the right thing to do. I think you can debate, but you would always debate as to whether the belts are good enough. I think people seem to like the World Championship design. I don't think some people love it. I think a lot of people just like it. It's fine. It's not amazing. It's fine. That's kind of how I feel about it. It's fine. It's not it's not on my list of like my favorite belts. It's nowhere near Winged Eagle. Nowhere near. But it's fine. And I think people are probably looking at the one Roman's got and the one Asuka's got, thinking that's a bit lazy. We could have done a better job there. As I said, maybe there's a chance that we change it next year, but I don't know. Don't know. The fact that Asuka's is the same, it does make me think we might be running with this for a little while. I think WWE just like that design, to be honest. I think they like that design. I think that this version of that, the one that Roman's got now, is the best version. The gold backing on the black strap, I think, looks pretty good. Looks fine. It's the best version of it. Probably feel the same about Asuka's as well. So I don't know. In many ways, I think we've took a step forwards with the belts that Roman and Asuka have got. It's not revolution like some people would like, or a lot of people would like, but it's, you know, it's a step forwards. And then the belts that have been brought in for Seth and Rhea, I think are fine. Again, they're fine. They're not amazing. They're not mind-blowing. I think they're just fine. I think they can be improved. And, you know, one day they will be improved. But I think it tidies things up. It gets us into a better place than where we were. And so I just look at it as steps forward, to be honest. I look at it as a positive. But I can understand people being a bit down on it and saying, oh, it's a bit lazy, we could do better. I can understand that. But I'm going to be a glass half full kind of a guy. Going to be a glass half full kind of a guy. No longer are we going to have those problems of Raw championships being on SmackDown and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So we've got rid of all of those problems. That's good. That's really good. You know, we've got proper women's world championships now. Not the Raw Women's Championship and the SmackDown Women's Championship. We've got the Women's Championship and the Women's World Championship. I like that. That's good. So yeah, I'm for it, but I'm for it. Right, we've got Nakamura on commentary. We got Ricochet colliding into Bronson Reed. This does feel like a show that's just sort of there. There's not really anything seismic that's going on at the moment. Ricochet springboarding off the ropes onto Bronson Reed in the middle of the ring, looking for the pin. And Bronson Reed gets his shoulder up. This, of course, I mean, this doesn't really mean anything. I'm not aware that there's any stipulations here. It's not like if Bronson wins, he gets Ricochet's spot in Money in the Bank. That could have been good. What do you think? We will get new titles for Sami and Kevin. When do you think? Probably not that long. I mean, tag belts have been rumored for years, actually. I think, is it Belt Fan Dan on Twitter? He's in the know when it comes to new belts. He said that tag belts had been signed off, like, I want to say years ago. But so, yeah, we've been expecting and waiting for those new tag titles to arrive for a long time. Now that we're seeing changes to the women's belts, the men's belts, the world belts, I don't think we're going to have to wait too long for the tag belts to get changed. I think Triple H is really getting his teeth into anything and everything he can. He's really getting everything how he wants it. I don't think we'll run with those SmackDown and Raw tag titles for long. I can see him changing it to the WWE World Tag Team Championships. I can see it becoming that. Bronson Reed wins after Nakamura gets involved. Ricochet's upset. So he gets involved. That costs Ricochet. Bronson is now attacking Nakamura. Could Bronson get added? Could we get a seventh person added? I mean, we absolutely could get a seventh person added. Bronson is someone that's seemingly very upset at not being involved in the conversation. Kick coming in there by Nakamura. Nakamura climbing up. He's looking to try and suplex Bronson. Ricochet climbing up as well. Both of these are working together to try and superplex Bronson. They have done it. They couldn't quite get the height. They couldn't quite get the lovely arch. It was a bit... Ricochet. Holy ship chance. Okay, we're backstage with Kevin and Sami. What was that? The blow up. You're blowing up a lot lately. I'm at a 6 right now, says Kevin. They speak European. They're all taller than me. Are you good? Yes. They talk European. They're all taller than me. You should hydrate. Good advice. Sammy's a bit worried here about KO, and he's blowing up. He's good. He's good. Oh, here's Balor. Look at the look on Balor's face. Oh. Why? Yeah, Balor's making his way to the ring, but why? Okay, Balor's on his way to the ring. We could be setting up for a really fun final hour. We could be getting a tag title match. We could be hearing from Finn Balor. Well, I think we are. I think we are getting both. I think we're getting both of those things. I think that's exactly what we're getting. I freaking love KO, said James. Christopher, shout out to you. Do you see them bringing back the Cruiserweight title? Ricochet would be good for that. God, they should. I've said before, I really think the Cruiserweight belt should be a belt that is right up there with the world titles. It should be seen as a world title. It's the world Cruiserweight title. It's a bit like in boxing, you know, Mayweather. He wasn't heavyweight champion, was he? But he was a world champion. And the same with Conor in UFC. He wasn't heavyweight champion, but he was still a world champion. It's just that he had to do it at like a lightweight. But that's fine. It was still a world championship. The idea that you've got to be a massive giant to like be the guy. I mean, sure, you know, heavyweights are always going to get that little extra attention, but man, if you had a world championship for cruiserweights and you've got to be a certain weight, like a 205 was fine. 205 was fine. You've got to be 205 or below to compete for this title. You know, you're looking at the likes of Rey Mysterio. You're looking at the likes of Ricochet. You could be looking at AJ Styles. You could be looking at Finn Balor. I mean, they're not the biggest guys in the world, are they? So, like, they could all be going in that division. The thing is, if you're AJ Styles, no problem going for the Cruiserweight belt as long as you're under 205. And I don't know what he is. He might be 220. He might have to lose a little bit of weight to do it, but, you know, he can do it. But equally, he could go for the heavyweight title. It's not a problem. He can go for both. I think there's quite a few wrestlers that feel like they may not be, but they feel like they are on that kind of line where they could go for either. And I wouldn't limit them going for either. I just think it's another title that they could compete for, but one that just eliminates the bigger guys. It does have a reason. There is a purpose to it. And as you said, you know, Ricochet could carry that belt and could be a great world champion. And he would be a world champion, and we treat it as a world championship. You know, you look at Johnny Gargano, you look at Tommaso Ciampa, you look at Rey Mysterio, you look at Santos Escobar. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You know, we do have a lot of smaller guys. This isn't so much the land of the giants as it used to be. We do have a lot of those kind of smaller guys. I'm a big believer in weight classes. I wouldn't go crazy with weight classes. I don't think we need lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight, super heavyweight. I don't think we need that. But is there room to have a WWE heavyweight champion and a WWE? I don't know that I would call it cruiserweight. I don't think cruiserweight resonates with people. I don't think people know what cruiserweight means. I don't think people know. I might be tempted to go light heavyweight. I think light heavyweight and heavyweight, they are what they are. You know what they are. Light heavyweight is just a little bit lighter than heavyweight. I'd be quite tempted to just go with those two. Cruiserweight, I think if you used to ask like the average person, where does that sit? I don't know that people are aware it is just below heavyweight. Because cruiser sounds, I think, a lot lighter than it actually is. It does to me anyway. But I don't know if they'll ever go that way again. We tried to introduce it back in, 2016, 2017, and it didn't go well. Right, here's Nakamura. So Nakamura and Bronson next week. That was my fight tonight, said Ricochet. I didn't ask for your help, and I don't need it. If you do that one more time, if that ever happens again, you and I, will need to finish what we started. Nakamura said it's my time to succeed. You can have Bronson after I'm done with him. Okay, so Ricochet wants Bronson. So Ricochet wants Bronson, but Nakamura has got him next week. Ricochet is sad. He's sad about that. Here is Finn Balor. There's 3 people there. So is he coming out with Judgment Day? Or is those camera people? No, they were camera people. Right? He's coming out on his own. Finn Balor coming out on his own. What is Finn going to say? What is Finn going to say? Andrew said, what do you watch it on? I watch it on BT Sport, buds. BT Sport. It's basically like the ESPN of, the UK. Or, yeah, that's probably the best comparison. This is like one of our sports channels, major sports channels. You can watch some Premier League games on BT. UFC is shown on BT. What else is on BT? I think they have some baseball, stuff like that. So it's our sports channels, but WWE's on that here. Right, what's he going to say? Oh, I'm so excited. Let's go. How awesome was the Hurt Business till they broke up? What Hurt Business matches that we could have seen? Mine was Hurt Business Undisputed Era, says Bradley. That would have been good. Yeah, I mean, Hurt Business, I don't remember them. It might be one of those that was a bit deceptive, but I don't remember them being around very long. I certainly don't remember them being around for years and years. As I said, it might be a bit deceptive. I enjoyed seeing them stand up to Retribution. Retribution sucked. But the way that they presented them standing up to him, I enjoyed that. Everyone else was running around scared. And then you've got like the 3 of them like, let's get this done. So, yeah, there'd be a few that you could have put them up against. I mean, them against Bloodline would have been sick. Them against the OC. Finn Balor has come out. He's called out Seth Rollins. He says no sing-alongs. So Finn calls out Seth. This is interesting, isn't it? So Seth Rollins in his gold suit, making his way down to the ring. Imagine a King Kong movie where he saves the world by the blonde lady rubbing his dong and blocking a solar flare. I would watch that, says William. I'll tell you what, William, I would make that film for you. So not only would I watch it, I would make it. It'd be my pleasure. Maybe we'll do that for the members. Seth is drippy as always, says Bryson. Kim said Mustafa Ali did a lot to help Retribution. He came up with the reason for the names and the masks, but could only say it on Raw Talk. That's why Ali is so good. He furthers stories when WWE don't, says Kim. Yeah, he does care. He does put a lot in. Definitely. He wants this to work. You know, he wants to be a big star in WWE. And he does try to make a lemonade out of the lemons he gets given. But I think Retribution was just, there was too many lemons. There comes a point where you do need a little sugar. Don't we all? Right, Seth in the ring, strutting around. Always thought Seth theme only needed one burn it down, said Bismo. Finn said no singing. He did. And do you know what? These fans are being very disrespectful. Are we done? Yeah, are we done? I've been waiting 7 years to say this. Shut up. He said, I've been waiting 7 years to say this. Seth standing in the ring. He's got a smile on his face. It's got a bit of that. How about you sing about this? 7 years ago. I beat Roman on my first night. And 3 weeks later, I beat you to become the first ever Universal Champion. Got a bit of a Raw after Mania vibe to it now, with the crowd taking over the show. Smile on Seth's face. I don't even think Seth can get them to stop. Seth looks out at the fans and smiles. I'm going to turn Raw off, said Wisp. This is serious, said Finn. Kansas, are you having fun tonight? They applaud. I think even Seth gets a bit annoyed with it, you know, at sometimes. They go back to singing again. Most excitement Kansas folks have had in ages. You've been waiting 7 years to say what, says Seth. Get it off your chest. Say it right now. I will, said Finn. What should have been the highest of highs for me became the lowest of lows because of you. This is a tough business, says Finn. Says, you know what bothered me? Other than the fact these idiots won't stop singing, that's not going to help things, Finn. That's just got louder now, ain't it, mate? You like it when they sing, don't you? They don't like you. Finn says they don't really like you. They don't even know you. You took everything from me, says Finn. You took my momentum. You took my title. You took a year from my career. You took everything. But guess what? Now it's my turn. I'm going to take your momentum. I'm going to take your title. And I'm going to take a year from your career. I'm going to take it all at Money in the Bank. So, Finn against Seth at Money in the Bank. They're drunk. They're 4 beers in. Seth is raging that Finn said that and set the crowd off again, said Geordie. Seth laughing away, cackling away. Kansas, you're too kind. This is the Finn Balor I've been waiting for the past 7 years. This is the Finn Balor I've been waiting to see for the past 7 years. One of us got bitter. Love that line. Love that line. One of us got bitter. One of us got better. Thank God the crowd shut up so we could hear it. One of us got bitter. One of us got better. That is a great line by Seth Rollins. I made memories. I made moments that these people will never forget. Days, what is this Seth character? Where did the song and revolutionary gimmick start? What does it mean? It all kind of came out from the Messiah stuff, didn't it? So, do you remember, like, the Messiah stuff started and he had disciples? And he was acting all unhinged. It's kind of just been evolved from there. I mean, he was on Raw as the Monday Night Messiah, and then he got moved to SmackDown, and he couldn't do Monday Night Messiah, and so it just evolved a little bit into this. This bitter shell of a champion doesn't stand a chance. Finn Balor that beat me. He's got a shot. I like this from Seth. I like this. I like this. It's true, innit? What Finn Balor are we going to see? He said, are we going to get that Finn Balor, or are we going to be the guy, see the Finn Balor that's been walking around acting like a little beep? Well, there we go. Seth and Finn have a little bit of back and forth. There's some really good lines in there. And it's all going to lead towards a match at Money in the Bank. And it should be a really good match as well. I love the fact we're playing on the history of the first Universal Championship match from 2016 at SummerSlam. Dad Stuff said Finn is set to be set for a big push. Damian and Finn look to be on a collision course. What if Finn beats Seth? Damian wins Money in the Bank, and that sets up Damian versus Finn. Woo! Like that. You could absolutely go that way. Don't know what we do with Seth, though. I don't know. I mean, I can't quite... I mean, Seth's title reign has obviously not been very long. This is going to be a belt that I think will be passed around a little bit. You know, there's a list of people that I think need to have a run with the title. Are we ready to move on from Seth already at Money in the Bank? I think I'd have Seth as slight favourite. But Finn's got a chance. Because Finn, I think, definitely deserves another run with a World Championship. WWE most likely scheduled the time for extended singing, said Jamie. Invoking the Demon, said A.B. Jobson. What if Seth versus Braun happens and Braun wins, says P.E. Woo. I think Seth Braun will happen. But if when is Great American Bash? Is that like the night after Money in the Bank? I didn't think about that. Because there ain't no way that Finn's defending against Seth's defending against Finn and then racing back to America to then defend against Braun the next day, if that's when it is. Actually, I don't know time-wise how that works. But I mean, listen, Braun's just called out Seth. He's called out a shot. I don't think we're just going to ignore that now. So I think absolutely Braun gets a title shot. If it's after Money in the Bank, it might have to be... I don't think... Would you do Finn against Braun? I mean, you could. It would be, at the moment, heel against heel. But... there's enough history there, what with Finn being in NXT, for it to not be, like, completely bizarre. But it makes a lot more sense to do Braun against Seth, heel against face. I don't know. I don't know yet when that match is going to take place. I mean, I'm just presuming it's going to be Great American Bash because that is coming up. It's the end of July. Maybe that's that might be too far away, mightn't it? So early July for Money in the Bank. End of July for Great American Bash. Would he call him out now for Great American Bash? It's like 6 weeks away, isn't it? I mean, that'd be a hell of a build if we are. Perhaps they're going to look to do it on just a normal NXT. Could be like next week on NXT, couldn't it? There's a few too many unknowns at the moment there for me to know how that's going to play out. I was a betting man. I think Seth against Braun, maybe on NXT before Money in the Bank. Seth against Finn. And then I think I'd have Seth as slight favourite to retain. Just because he's not had it very long. But I think Finn has definitely got a chance. Braun will happen probably before Money in the Bank on NXT. The one before Money in the Bank, said Robert. Yeah, I think you're right. You are forgetting Finn and Damian thing, says William. What do you mean, buds? What do you mean? This bloodline story is getting better and better, says Amin. Finn's got to have something booked his way. He's had nothing going for him. He lost to Edge as the Demon. That did suck. There we go. It is official. Seth freaking Rollins, Finn Balor, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Raquel Rodriguez inside the ring. Here comes Ronda. It's actually Shayna that's competing, so I don't know why they're coming out to Ronda's music. Okay, so Ronda and Shayna making their way down, but it will be Shayna that's going to be competing right now against Raquel. We've got 48 minutes left to go. Shayna versus Ronda. I use my reputation. Title versus title. We accept. That was on SmackDown. So Isla and Albert are obviously going to be taking on Ronda and Shayna. Ronda and... oh, no. It's just Shayna, in it. Shayna versus Raquel. I'm guessing we'll probably see Albert and Isla at some point. Tag title main event coming up. Baszler's previous NXT theme was really good. They should bring that back, said Taruka. Deadpool Party said, where is Ciampa? Is he still injured? He's believed to be coming back very soon. They'd been teasing him. But there's been a couple of weeks of it being quiet. So I don't know if we're just waiting to get Money in the Bank out the way. Or what the plan is. To be perfectly honest, I mean, if they're taking a bit of time just to make sure the creative's right, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. But I'm not aware of there being any issue. I've not seen any reports of any issue. Ronda and Shayna can pop out on any brands. Yeah, they're the women's tag champs. So they are allowed to go anywhere. A bit late for me, but 8.5 said Wrestling Kid 99. Tharuka said DIY need to reunite. Wild said, do you think Triple H will change the design of the tag belts? I do, bud. Yeah, I do. There'd been reports for a while of that happening. And nothing's happened, obviously. So I don't know if the Bloodline story got in the way and the fact that they wanted to have as many belts on the Bloodline as possible. You got Roman with his 2 belts, Usos with their 2 belts. Perhaps they were looking at that thinking, well, you know, let's run with this for a bit. But now that those tag titles are away from the Bloodline, and now we're introducing new belt designs, I really don't think we're going to be that far away, because there's been rumors for years of new belts coming. Raquel doing well here against Shayna. This is quite a fun little match if you think about it. These two. Raquel grabbing Ronda. Roll up there by Shayna. Ronda helping. Ronda cheating. Helping Shayna. Don't need a time. Ronda helped. Raquel going over and just picking up Ronda just so effortlessly. That looked pretty cool. Just went over, grabbed her under the arms. Bop. So live 1 week from Friday, WWE Tag Team Championship Unification match. Not me. WWE Universe lost a Hall of Famer. Massive personality is an understatement. So, video package for the Iron Sheik, former WWF champion. Did Ronda steal Roddy Piper's theme song, or was that hers since UFC, same as Shayna? That wasn't Piper's theme. I don't remember Piper having that as the theme. Roddy Piper was her favorite. Oh, do you mean theme as in like the graphics? Like that sort of theme? No, Roddy Piper was Ronda's favorite wrestler. She loved Piper. And when she went into MMA, she specifically asked him permission to call herself Rowdy Ronda Rousey. She actually met him and asked him if she could use that as a tribute to him. And he was like, yep, love it. No problem at all. So they had a really good relationship. And she did it as a tribute to Roddy Piper. Hence why when she came in, she had his kind of graphics on the Titantron. She had his leather jacket that she used to come out with as well. And I suppose in a way, I mean, you would think that wrestling fans would really love someone showing that sort of respect to the legends. And she was a face. And I think, I think it was pretty cool. I think people were with it. But then, the fact that her promos just kept missing, fact that her in-ring was just not very strong, not very good. I think she's good in brawls, but she does look out of place, shall we say, at times. I think WWE have done an awful job of protecting her. And as we said, they are masters of making people look like $1 billion. And they even did it with Ronda, but they couldn't find a way of doing it when it came down to her having singles matches, proper singles wrestling matches. They haven't been able to do it. Which, to be honest, I put on them. Because they really should have protected that investment a bit better. When it comes to celebrities, they can make them look like $1 million. When it comes to Ronda, they can do it, but they seemingly, I don't know what happens. I don't know. It's weird if you think that match at WrestleMania 34 is one of the, at the time everyone was saying this is one of the best performances. This is one of the best performances by a celebrity or an outside person ever. WrestleMania 34, I think it got the highest rating of that WrestleMania. And people were really high on it. People absolutely loved it. Really rated, not only the match, but her performance. Fast forward into her having singles matches, and it's all falling apart in it. But now she's a heel, and I think she works as a heel. Crowds certainly are happy to boo her. Ronda trained with Piper's daughter Teal as well, says James. I laughed so hard at the guy when he said, just say it and we're going to be here all night like a Karen, says Keaton. You're missing the Sheik tribute. Saw it on SmackDown, bud. Moolah said, only person winning Money in the Bank, Mr. Let Me Talk to You, says Moolah. Juan said, did they retire from there or did they just dine? Do you think they want to go back? I don't know who you're talking about, but Jadam said, Sheiky baby, love you forever, Bubba. A new report from PW Insider notes that there has been a push within WWE Creative to get McIntyre back into the storyline mix by Money in the Bank weekend in London, says Theo. That would make sense. Obviously, it's in London. I know it's not Scotland, but it's the UK. And that would be probably the perfect place to bring him back, actually. To bring back... Imagine if Seth gets past Finn and then out steps a heel Drew. I mean, he ain't getting booed. But it'd be a good place to bring him back still. Big time... Baxter said, did you see the fight? Full report. WWE wants similar titles for men and women as a sense of equality. Also claiming Endeavor wanted some UFC-like belts integrated. Some UFC-like belts integrated. What does that mean? What does that mean? What did you say? It was on Fightful. I've got Fightful. Some UFC-like belts. Hang on, we've got a few things here. Maximum male models could be minimizing their modeling. Fightful has learned that Mansoor and Marseille may be repackaged with details few and far between. It's true, actually. We haven't seen him in a while. We haven't seen him on a while at all. So, looks like Maximum Male models could be getting repackaged. Vince makes changes to Raw again. Vince made changes to Raw for June 12th. Word got around to talent before the program. Vince is not backstage, but has been making changes remotely per usual. If you had any questions as to whether or not he was returning to the road after being at last week's show, it doesn't appear so. That show was in close proximity to WWE headquarters. At this point, we'll likely stop reporting this unless major changes are made. Okay, so Fightful are saying that they're not looking to keep reporting on this news, but it is believed that a few changes have been made remotely by Vince for this week's show. Okay, God, what are we getting now? Are we getting the Maxine match now? What's this? So we've got, there's Valhalla. Valhalla with Viking Raiders. Eric. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're quite ready to do Maxine against Valhalla yet. So is this Eric against Chad Gable? Valhalla is making her way down. This could be fun. Keep watching her with Maxine. But who it's behind a paywall. Yeah, I was just looking. Those two articles are the latest two. It's I don't doubt for a second that it wasn't said. I just don't quite get what it means. Like, how are you going to integrate UFC belts? Unless they want the design of the belts to be the same. But then if they want that, why have we just gone and changed a load of them if we're going to change them again a little bit further down the road? Right, it is Eric against Chad Gable. We got about 35 minutes left to go. Chad versus Eric. Shush. Otis keeping his girl Maxine safe. Vince and H are putting everyone to sleep, said Zoom Station. Shush. I hate the Viking gimmick. It needs to go away, says Jim. Where is Carmella? She's pregnant. Valhalla is here. Yes. Who is Fightful in this SRS fella, said James. Don't need to worry about it, James. Don't need to worry about it, buds. Let's go, Chad, said Shane. That Joel Shelby said, I say if they're going to do a Viking gimmick, they need to book them stronger. Completely agree. Completely agree. Gable is climbing up. He's perched. Oh, yeah, that flying headbutt. I don't know why I don't know why that's allowed. There's Valhalla. Valhalla is making a move. Look, it's hurt him as well. Valhalla's come round. Oh! Wow! Hip toss. Hip toss by Maxine. Wow! Valhalla came charging round. And Chad Gable picks up the win. Well, God, it's just a real bad day at the office, isn't it, for Viking Raiders? Chad Gable's picked up the win. Valhalla's been chucked around at ringside. Bang. And then Chad Gable with the pin as well. Maxine Dupree has potential. What's the point of this match? It's just building up a bit of a feud between them. Is there any stopping the Eradicator? Chad Gable gets the dub. Viking Raiders, where do we go from here? Maxine Dupree is wearing Alpha Academy attire. She is. Maxine's outfit is similar to what Medusa's used to be. Oh, that is true, actually, yes. Right now, we've got a video package for Rhea. For Rippers. Chris said, pound for pound, Gable is probably one of the strongest competitors. He deserves a good singles push. He'd be good for Cruiserweight World Champion as well. We were talking about that earlier. He'd be great for that. Right, tag match. Half an hour left to go. Could we see new tag champions? Maybe. I am brutality. I am the Eradicator. Finn is talking to JD. I'll catch up with you later. Hey. Congrats on qualifying. Thanks. Congrats to you too. You wouldn't cash in on me, would you? I don't know how you could ask me that. Seth has got you up and down and all over the place. Make it worth it. Money in the bank. You end this. So Seth says, you wouldn't cash in on me, would you? And he's like, I can't believe you'd ask me that. I like this Judgment Day story. It feels like it's got a few different directions that it can go. It feels like I'm interested to know how it's going to play out. It's not as strong as the Bloodline, but it's a little something there, isn't it? A little something there. I really like these stories. And again, you know, this isn't something we see so much in AEW either. In fact, we really don't see it at all. And that's a story that we keep going back to throughout the show. You know, so, a story that has like, not segments, but just a few moments. Like, you know, we saw Finn earlier with Judgment Day. We saw the look he gave Damian Priest. Then he comes out, he confronts Seth. Now he's backstage talking to JD. Like, it's good. It's just a little thing that's weaved through the show. Same with Bloodline on SmackDown. Okay, so KO and Sammy coming out to the ring. Since the draft, Raw doesn't feel like it has been enough engaging characters or matches that people care about. Would I mind SmackDown guys on Raw for more engaging matchups? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I think we just need to. I think we're in an all right place. I think we need to build some people up, and I think Triple H is working on that. If you look particularly at the Money in the Bank lineup, I think it's a very, very interesting lineup. Because as we said, we're not drowning in AJ's and Sammy's and Kevin's and Seth's and Cody's. You know, it's Ricochet, it's Nakamura. You know, you got Bronson Reed, who's not in the match, but he's floating around. It's Butch. It's LA Knight. it's Santos Escobar. You know, we are putting in some work at the moment to try and build up some people, give them something to get their teeth into. Some of it ain't gonna work, some of it will work, but it's good, honest work that we're putting in at the moment. You know, it's not sometimes the glamorous stuff that's that you can always do, but sometimes you have to do this sort of thing. You know, you might look at that, and I could understand the casuals looking at that lineup and going, not really anyone there that I'm that bothered by. You know, there's not really anyone there that's got loads of star power. But is it going to help all of those get elevated that little bit more? I would imagine it will. And there could be some good feuds that come out of the match anyway. So, yeah, I think we're just doing some good work at the moment. Just honest work. But I'm not crazy about like the brand split being super strict. I'm not too worried about it. I don't know that I would be necessarily bringing over some SmackDown people, because to be honest, I don't know who SmackDown's got that's really going to make a massive difference. Yes, Roman. And you could maybe say the Usos, but we've already done loads of that, haven't we? There's already been loads of the bloodline coming over. So, I don't know. I mean, Austin Theory's been on Raw before. Edge has been on Raw before. I don't know. I don't know who you would go and get that would necessarily make much of a difference. So, I just think, like, let's put the work in. Let's do the work. Let's build some people up. It ain't it about time that a woman gets a failed cash in? They've all been successful. Yeah. It's a story that you can absolutely tell. KO and Sammy versus Gunther and Ludwig. Oh yeah, this match was happening, wasn't it? But it was meant to be non-title, but I believe it's title now. I dozed off. Who are Chad and Eric? It sounds like a duo from the British invasion in the 60s. It'd be a great album. In fact, they'd probably have one hit, and that'd be it. Yeah, Chad Gable and Eric from Viking Raiders. Candice might be Rhea's next challenger. Another lopsided title feud, said T85. Who will be Rhea's next challenger? I don't know. I mean, I feel like the one that will eventually get it from her will be Raquel. That's where I'd be putting my money. But so I do agree. I think there will be a few challenges which are just there for her to get past. And yeah, Candice absolutely could be one of those. What do you think of Raw tonight? I think it's been okay. I always want talking points, and I feel like this Raw has given me some. Nothing seismic, but we have had Rhea be awarded that new title right at the start. We have had some interesting developments with Finn Balor, which I think has been fun. Don't know what's about to happen with this tag situation right now. We now know all 6 people that are going to be in the men's Money in the Bank. Definitely want to do a video on that afterwards. So yeah, you know, there's things that have happened which I think has made it worth watching. But equally, I think if you miss this show, you could quite quickly catch up on stuff, and there hasn't been anything seismic. So it's been all right. It's one of those that people might debate. Has there been enough here for this to be worthwhile? For me personally, yes. But for other people, they may say no. Seth says next week. Let's do it. Open challenge. So Seth is going to do an open challenge next week. And the crowd starts singing his song again. Seth will bring some swaggy gear to London. Oh, man, I hope he does some London-themed. Like when he was at Clash at the Castle, he was inspired by Elton John. Logan Paul! Don't put him in Money in the Bank. That's it. We're done. It's closed. It is closed. No one else is allowed in Money in the Bank. No one else is allowed. Right, here comes Imperium. KO screaming at Sammy, what are we waiting for? Here is Gunther and Ludwig. Bron Breakker to answer that open challenge, says Bryson. Could be. Gunther. You gave him that. Daisy's face dropped. It's called concern. That's what it is. It's called concern because you could do it. Can't see a reason why you can't do it. Give you a reason why you cannot put the briefcase on Logan Paul. Because it perfectly suits him. Because he just shows up to the big shows. That's it. So if he's got the briefcase, he could just rock up to whenever with the briefcase and look to cash it in at an opportune moment. And I don't know what WWE would do. So I think we should all just agree 6 is perfect for Money in the Bank. We don't need any more. And we lock that off now. That's done. Yeah. If he wants to have a match at Money in the Bank against, I don't know, Akira Tozawa, fine. But Money in the Bank is closed. Okay. Ludwig Kaiser. Gunther. I love Samantha Irvin. I know there's a few people that don't, but I really like her. I'm going to be honest, I missed NXT Rhea because she was independent and badass. But now she is still badass, but just not independent. The Dom stuff makes her less intimidating. Prince Finn should return, says Kim. Here we go then. Undisputed tag titles on the line. I mean, to be honest, are you going to put the tag belts on Gunther? And I know, like, it's Imperium. I'm sure there's the free bird rule. So I'm sure that when Giovanni Vinci comes back, he could be tag champ. But I don't know. I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it. I think Demon Finn should face Seth at Money in the Bank, says Mole Jam. T85 said Odyssey Jones was drafted to Raw. Him and R-Truth as a tag team, I can see. Oh, that could be really fun. Bryson said no one should have a problem with Samantha Irvin. Yeah, there's some people that think she, like, overdoes it. Which I can understand. Because rather than just, you know, saying the names or whatever, she does put a bit of flair in there. But as I said, I think, for me, I'm not a fan of Aubrey and the way that she refs. Because she puts a bit of extra in there. But it's during matches. It's during matches when we should be paying attention to the wrestlers. And you've got like a wacky inflatable arm woman in there refereeing the match. So I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of referees going OTT. But I think, you know, you look at Bruce Buffer in UFC. Even Michael Buffer, you know, you look at some of those famous announcers and the way that they go big with their announcements to give it that sort of big fight feel. I kind of think that there is room, there is a place for the ring announcer to have that little bit extra to go that little further. You know, you don't want it to stray into just complete silliness, but I think she's bang on for me. I really like her. I think it's fine there. But it's personal taste, isn't it? For some people, they just want it to be straight down the middle. Logan Paul needs to be released soon, says Justin. Kim said, being paired with Dom just translates his annoyingness to her. Dom doesn't help Rhea, but Rhea helps Dom. Rhea 2019 was awesome. If you had to put money on, who would you pick for Money in the Bank? Well, I'm going to do a video after on that point, because now that we've got what I think will be the 6, I'm going to just do a quick video where I go through each one, talking about, I'll try and rank them about, like, I think this is the favorite, then this one, then this one, then this one. Who I want to win, who I think will win. I'm going to see if I can get it into, like, I won't do it as a short. I'll try and do it as like a little 5-minute video thing. Might as well do that now. Seemingly, there's no room on the graphic for anyone else, but they could add someone else. But yeah, I think I'll do that after. So I'll give it a bit of thought. Drop it into that. Logan signed a new contract a little bit ago. Mole says, I could see LA Knight winning Money in the Bank. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, buds. Modern Mogul said, Demons Balor's body couldn't hold up. We need Fergal Devitt. Not exactly Demon this time. If it's Demon Finn, he cannot lose for the 3rd straight time as Demon. Do you think JD McDonough gets involved with the World Heavyweight Championship match at Money in the Bank? That's a good question. Does he get involved? He could get involved. He could get involved. I mean, there's clearly a relationship there, which I think is going to only get strengthened over the coming weeks. Finn could absolutely look to use JD. Don't forget, JD is from Ireland. I know that Ireland is not part of the UK. I'm aware of that, but it is only a short hop over the water, which means that there could be an Irish contingent in the crowd. Very easy for people to get to London from Ireland, of course. So his friends and family, whatever, might be there. So I sort of think that, I mean, look at how embraced Sheamus was at Clash at the Castle. That place went mental for Sheamus. So, and I'm sure there was a very strong Irish contingent at Clash at the Castle as well. So I think having JD there, and what with his history with NXT UK, where he was Jordan Devlin, and the fact he's wrestled, you know, as in the Indies and whatever over here, I think that would make a lot of sense. I think it's tricky to know which way it will go between Finn and Seth, and certainly if you put JD in the mix, which I do think is a very good point. I think I'd still be leaning Seth just because he hasn't had it very long, but I mean, it could be that we're just trying to get through loads of title defenses. I mean, he's called out an open challenge next week. We've got this Bron Breakker challenge. He could defend that belt 2 times before Money in the Bank. Of course, also, it could be Bron that answers that open challenge, but I don't know, perhaps we'll try and get a few title defenses in for Seth, and then he does drop it at Money in the Bank. I don't know that it goes that way, though. It still feels a bit too soon. Still feels like we've only just got started, but Finn would be a credible champion. And with JD McDonough helping him, I mean, that just all makes sense, doesn't it? Arm drag by Sammy. Do you think Jey Uso returns to Roman this Friday after breaking with his brother Jimmy? No. I think he'll stay with Jimmy. Are you watching NXT tomorrow? Yes, 100%. We do that every week. Not only do I do that, but I do those little 1-minute recap videos as well. Every week for NXT. I do them for Raw, NXT, SmackDown. So, yep. Looking forward to it. Should be a good show, actually. I could see Ziggler countering JD, said T85. I don't think JD fits into Judgment Day, mainly because JD is independent and kind of a young Sheamus like Dom fits, because he's not good enough to be solo, says Kim. I don't understand why WWE don't make new tag championships. It was cool when the Usos had red and blue, but now it's just annoying, said Jalen. I am expecting them to change them. Nice moonsault by KO. Kick out by Ludwig Kaiser. I've got a problem with JD being smaller wrestler, but in a heater's role regarding the heavyweight title, says Modern Mogul. I don't have a problem with smaller wrestlers going after the heavyweight title, as long as when you get the match between them and the bigger opponent, it looks good and makes sense. It is possible for smaller guys to beat bigger guys, but I think you just have to really... I mean, look at the success of Ray. For example, I think Ray's one of the best examples. And Eddie. People love Eddie, but I mean, he wasn't very big at all. So I think it can be done, but it can also go wrong, and it can also look fake and phony and rubbish. So you do have to really be careful with it. But I don't know. He's only just starting in the JD. He's only just starting out, so I think we're a long way from him having to worry about competing for world titles. I think him sneak attacking Seth or coming from under the ring and costing Seth, like, that could happen. I'd tell you the other thing I was thinking as well, and that is, what if JD doesn't join Judgment Day, but he's actually just more like Seth's assistant? So, you know, Finn is Finn's assistant, sorry. So Finn's in Judgment Day, but then Finn's also got this other thing going on, and that could just be a way of driving the wedge further. You know, Damien could be like, what's going on? You're either with the Judgment Day or you're against the Judgment Day. So what's this thing that you're doing with JD? And, like, you could probably try and have Finn living two lives, being in with the Judgment Day, but then also going off and doing a bit of work with JD. That's his homeboy. You know, they've got a very rich history together. He helped train him. So I don't know. I don't know that you necessarily have to bring JD in. I think there's a story that could be told by having him be a bit of a mistress. The other woman. You might be able to go in that direction. I like it. I think there's a few ways you can go. Gunther and Ludwig are in control at the moment. Sammy in trouble. Tag champ match, yes. I probably should change this at the bottom. Sammy and KO versus Gunther and Ludwig. Right. WWE showing WrestleMania 38 graphics. Where? When? Kim said, again, with Dom, but besides story, in what way is Dom comparable to Eddie? Aside from story and stealing his gimmick, how is Eddie passing the torch to Dominik? He's not. But I don't think anyone said he has he? Miguel said, Jordan Devlin, Finn Balor could be future tag team partners. Justice for Rhino and Heath. Nicole said, we need Finn, Priest, and JD love triangle. Rhea and Dom can't be the only ones getting action in Judgment Day. Miguel said it's Volta, Fabian, Eichner, and Marcel Bartel. Big Time said, if you're wondering why so many main roster acts on NXT, it's because they want to boost the ratings, because contract sessions loom in. WWE's strategy is to have all three brands at their strongest. Good. Makes good. And we stream it. Join us. I'm really enjoying NXT on a Tuesday. I think it's been on a really good run for a little while now. So, yeah. Enjoyed the Tuesday streams. Dad Stuff said, I suppose you could have Finn accidentally cost Damien Money in the Bank, then Damien purposefully cost him Finn the title. That sets up Finn Damien, but then I don't know who wins Money in the Bank, said Dad Stuff. Gargano tweeted, there's no place like home, Raw, in his hometown. Next week, says James. Nice. Eddie Guerrero is a legend, said Mole. Kim said, there's a lot of people that say Eddie passes to Dom and Ray to Santos. Ignore him. I don't know how Eddie can pass anything because he's passed away. Max said, do you watch Soccer Aids? No. Miguel said, it's funny when Eddie peed on Big Show. How's your night? My night's good. Enjoyed it. TJ Gillen says, I've got 2 questions. Go. Do you think Drew returns at Money in the Bank since it's at the O2? Yes. Do you think the child with the Uncle Howdy mask was placed there by WWE like they have in the past? No. No. I just think it was a kid in an Uncle Howdy mask. And I, right now, would say yes to Drew coming back at Money in the Bank. Over the top. Oh, powerbomb by Sammy. Kevin Owens in the corner. Eddie passed away when Dominik was only 8. There's no passing it on to him and his legacy, says Mole Jam. In comes Kevin. In comes Gunter. Chop coming in by Kevin. Gunter back against the ropes. Big clothesline there by KO. And again. Big boot there by Gunter. Down goes Gunter. Oof. Nice exploder by KO. KO in the ring is all kinds of fired up. Several kinds of fired up. Big shot there by KO as Ludwig goes down. Gunter in the corner. Cannonball by Kevin. Kevin is going up top. Perched. Swanton connects. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Tell you what, crowd are into this. Crowd are into this. Cleveland is home to Johnny, Dolph, and The Miz, even though The Miz resides in Hollywood, says Robert. BJ Whitmer has been fired from AEW, said Justin. LA Knight will win Money in the Bank, says Dominik. We've got Ludwig rolling on the outsides. Gunter only gets a 2. Kick to the midsection. Stunner. Nope. Big boot by Gunter. Wow. Massive. KO goes down. Look at that. He went for the stunner. Couldn't get it. Bang. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That was so good. Seeing CGI graphics of those 2 championships. The SmackDown and the Raw tag titles. Exploder suplex by Sammy. Ludwig in the corner. Haluva on the way. Gunter grabbing Sammy. Pulling him out the ring. Big chop. Goes into the ring post. Round the back goes Sammy. Looking for the Blue Thunder Bomb. Step up in Zaguri. Sammy in all kinds of trouble. On the shoulders. Oh, Death Valley Driver. Death Valley Driver by Ludwig Kaiser. In comes Gunter. Oh, nice Inzaguri again by Ludwig. Oh, elbow to the back of the head. Ludwig against the rope. Suicide dive. Gets caught on the rope a little bit, but... Oh, monstrous clothesline. My God, that was so close. That was so close. Oh, my God. I mean, it's just... Sammy's ancestors will have felt that. Big chops coming in by... Oh, he's done it to him again. He's done it to him again. Oh, my God. I mean, he is trying to take his head off. He is trying to take his head off. If someone had paid Gunther money and said, I want you to actually get Sammy's head off his shoulders just using your arms, then this is what you would see. He has absolutely walloped him. He has walloped him. Sammy's head is going to be ringing for months. That would have been a 3, but KO got in. He knocked Gunther into Ludwig. That broke up the pin. We've got absolute fireworks. Big shots being exchanged between KO and Gunther. Into the ring post goes KO. Oh, wow. Now we've got Riddle making his way down to the ring. Big boot by Gunther. Riddle goes down. Kevin Owens, DDT. DDT on the entranceway. Riddle distracts. And that could be how we're going to see KO Blue Thunder Bomb and Sammy retain. And it is. Great match. Some big moments in that. Wow. KO and Sammy retain. God, that was a war. That was a war. You thought tonight was good. Look what we've got to look forward to next week. Logan Paul returns. Not my words. The words of Corey Graves. Seth Rollins World Heavyweight Championship Open Challenge. Amazing match. TJ said, I've been wanting to get your take on the Bray thing. Do you think it returns soon before SummerSlam? I don't think before SummerSlam. There's been no word or rumor of him returning. So I'd probably be leaning maybe at SummerSlam. But there's just no words. So yeah, I would say we've seen the past few years SummerSlam has resulted in big returns. If you go back 2 years ago, we had Brock, we had Becky. Go back last year, you had Bayley, you had the call-up for EO, you had Dakota, you had Damage Control. So I feel like this year it would not be out of place to get a return. And Bray could be that. Big E could be that. Randy could be that. Like, there's a few that could come back at SummerSlam, and Bray, I think, could be one. Someone said, didn't they, was it last week or so, that there's rumor that Bray is dealing with COVID complications. Now, I have not seen that reported anywhere, so I have no idea where that's from. But, I mean, clearly something's happening. You don't just miss WrestleMania. I think people have been thinking it could be like a mental health thing or whatever, but there's just been no word on it. There's been no word on it. The only thing I've heard is that WWE Creative have been told as soon as he's ready to come back, they will be informed. And there's been nothing on it. So the fact that it's all so quiet makes me think it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. So, right, get in your scores. Get in your scores. We're not going to stick around too long because things to do. Things to do, people to see. You know how it goes. I want to do that video on Money in the Bank. I need to do my recap video as well. plenty of things happening in the wacky world of wrestling. I've got a question for you. Since you're a Gunther fan, and I'm not the biggest Gunther fan. Was he ever in AEW? He wasn't, no. Johnny will answer the challenge. That would be cool. Logan will answer Seth's challenge. That would be awful. Jordan said 7.25. Mr. Quake said NXT 3.0 tomorrow. Days, respect Elia. Oh, nothing but respect for Elia. WrestleBuzz said 7 out of 10. Stream was 10 out of 10. I appreciate that. I think actually stream was fine. I wish we could have found a bit more humor in the show. I do feel like this week just lacked a little bit of humor. There was bits, like KO provided some humor, and there was little bits throughout the show, but it felt a bit of a dry show this week. And I don't know that there was loads to lol at, but I think there was enough talking point to make this worth watching. And even though I don't think it's a classic episode of Raw that people are going to race back to watch anytime soon, I think it was worth a watch. I had a good Monday night, and that's all I asked for. Wrestling Kid says 9. Main event was weak. I think Vinci and Kaiser should be built up as strong and unbeatable as Gunther. Gunther is too good to be in AEW. I said what I said, says James. Seth's theme and the crowd is a 2, but everything else is a 8.5. That stuff said, do we think Braun answers the open challenge? I hope not. Just because I think it would be great for NXT if Seth went to NXT and we got the title match there. I don't think Braun answering... I suppose you can make the argument Braun going to NXT would mean that Braun is being seen by a load of people that might not have seen him before, that might not watch NXT. But I would rather that someone else get an opportunity that's on Raw that, might not get an opportunity, and then Braun get his opportunity, but his be in NXT. So if it is Braun, fine. I won't be down on it. But I would much prefer that Braun get his opportunity on NXT, and then someone... imagine if it was Dolph. I know that you might look at Dolph and go, Dolph. But, yeah, Dolph. Because Dolph is someone that's been around a long time. He's a former world champion himself. He's got no momentum at the moment. But isn't this the kind of person that you want to see in an open challenge? You want to see someone like a Damian Priest, like a Dolph Ziggler, one of those people that's not going to main event a pay-per-view show. You're not going to get Damian Priest, Seth Rollins main eventing a pay-per-view show this year. You ain't going to get Dolph Ziggler against Seth Rollins main event in a pay-per-view this year. You ain't going to get Johnny Gargano against Seth main event in a pay-per-view this year, right? You might be able to get there eventually, but there's no momentum for Dolph. There's no momentum for Johnny. There's no momentum for some of these people. Whereas just answering an open challenge and going out there and putting on a banging match. That's what we did with the US Open Challenge with Cena. Cena was taking on people like that kind of level. And some of the matches were just mental. Some of the matches, I can remember, I think Seth did it as well, did a few open challenges. There was a few matches made. And I think, was it Seth and Neville? I remember Seth and Neville just tearing it down and it just being amazing. And was there Cesaro and Cena, which I think was one of the open challenges, and they tore it down as well. It gives those people that haven't got the momentum, haven't got the opportunity to, main event a show, gives them a chance to face the champ for the title and put on a banging match. So I would really like one of them to get that opportunity. And then, as we said, Braun to get his opportunity down in NXT. But if it is Braun, so be it. How excited are you for Lethal and Karen against Sanjay? Lethal, Karen, Sanjay, Mark, Popper, Briscoe, Aubrey Edwards. I don't even know what that is. I heard that Aubrey might be having a match, but I don't know any more about it. Is that on Dynamite this week? Because if it's on Rampage or whatever, I won't ever see it. I won't ever see it. I'm sure there'll be plenty of clips of Aubrey wrestling, doing the rounds. But if that's Dynamite this week, then well, I don't know. Could it do something for ratings? Would people tune in to see Aubrey wrestle? I have no idea. Andrew said LA Knight Money in the Bank winner. Days, the WrestleMania 38 graphic was on the tag team title match graphic. Okay, interesting. Shaquem said the 2023 NBA champions are the Denver Nuggets. Well done, Denver. Well done, guys. Kim said, I don't understand why people say that someone is too good for AEW. Do you... I can't read it. Do you guys not understand Bryan Danielson, Jon Moxley, Cesaro are in AEW and great wrestlers? Yeah, to be honest, I think it's just like friendly rivalry in it, to be honest. I don't think people are necessarily being honest when they say that. I think because Kenny Omega's there, and as you said, there's a long list of very credible names. But I think it's more to do with tribalism and also just like how much respect have for AEW as a product. So I think it's more that. George says, I want Logan to be part of Money in the... No, I've stopped reading it. Stop reading it, George. I'm all for everyone having opinions, George. But even I have to draw the line. No, I'll read it. George says, I want Logan to be... I can't do it! Oh, my God, I can't... It's out my mouth. Ah! Okay, now I'm going to try. I want Logan to be part of Money in the Bank because his matches are entertaining, but I hope LA Knight wins, lol. I did it. I did it, George. I did it for you. Did it for you, George. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Is it bad? I'm super excited over Aubrey Edwards and Karen Jarrett, says Grant. No, Grant. In fact, I wouldn't expect anything else from you, Grant. I'd be disappointed if you wasn't. I think Logan will be... I think Logan will be in the... I think it takes 3 times before it'll come out. I think Logan will be in the Money in the Bank match just for his risk-taking, high-flying ability. Bryson said, commercial said Seth is going to confirm for NXT tomorrow. Yes. Kim said, I have encountered people who genuinely believe someone is too good for one company. I guess this chat is too chill and drama-free. I don't know. Are we chilled and drama-free? I don't think we're drama-free. There's drama sometimes. Are we chilled? Yeah, we're chilled. We're cool. We're definitely chilled. I don't know. I think we're just honest, aren't we? No, at least that's what we try to be. I think that's all like we look to do is just like be honest about different things. If something's killing it and really good, we'll say. If something's not that great, we'll say. But again, it's opinion, innit? So, I mean, whatever my opinion is might not be your opinion. Quite often not. But it's, yeah, we'll always watch the shows and give honest takes on things. And I think in the wider world, to be honest, that doesn't always happen because there's a lot of tribalism. So, you know, for example, something could happen in AEW. And I think there would be, you know, quite a healthy amount of people that would run it down and say it was trash and lay into it, even though if the exact same thing happened in WWE, you know, people would rave about it. So, yeah, you've got to remember there's a lot of tribalism. There's a lot of double standards. And I don't think that we've got... I don't think we've got that here. I don't think we got that here. I've been here for 3 years. One of the first streams in 2020, and I was angry that Murphy was getting beaten by the Mysterios, says Kim. I think Logan will be... I can't do it, Bryson. Bryson, that's too much. That's too much, Bryce. I can't do it. Right. If Portico is Logan's favorite city, how come he wasn't at Backlash? Don't know. Strong opinions. Yeah, there are strong opinions. That's true. That's true. We do have strong opinions. I don't know if that's a bad thing, though, actually. Because I keep thinking back to when I used to finish work. I never wanted to tune into people that were like, you know, yeah, that's not what I wanted to watch. I want to watch people that know what they like, know the product, and have got opinions on it. And I don't always agree with other people's opinions, like Jim Cornette, right? He's probably the most famous example. Very opinionated, divides opinions. I can listen to him and agree with 70% of what he says. And then 30% I can think he's completely wrong on. But it doesn't stop me listening to him. And I respect that what he's saying, I genuinely believe are his honest opinions. I don't think he's laying into AEW because it's financially beneficial. I really don't think he cares. I think he's at the age where he is just saying what he sees and he, you know, sees what he says. So I think what you will get from him is honest opinion, honest feedback. I really appreciate that. I really like that. So I don't know that strong opinions are necessarily a bad thing. Obviously, because we do a lot of interacting, it can result in some interesting conversations, which can sometimes get a little bit spicy. I don't think they ever overstep the line. But, yeah, you know, that's kind of part and parcel of it, isn't it, really? I just think about what would I want to watch. And I think this is a bit more in line with what I would want to watch. So that's why I'm, you know, we could just play it safe, couldn't we? And just be like, oh, that's good to everything. But where would the fun be in that, eh? Where would the fun be in that? Where would the sincerity be in that as well? It's just not the world I want to live in. Right, I need to go anyway. I'm chatting away. You know what I'm like. If I don't go now, I'll be here in another half an hour, right? So I need to go and do a few bits. So shout out to everyone that's joined us. George said, opinions on the Money in the Bank card. Well, George, it's funny you should mention that because I'm just about to do a video on the men's Money in the Bank. So I'm going to save my thoughts for that because, to be honest, I want to have a look at the lineup and kind of go through it line by line. I really like Cody and Dominik. Cody should win it, but we know that Dominik's going to have outside interference. He's going to be sneaky. It's probably the biggest heel against the biggest babyface, reaction-wise. So I'm not against that. It's maybe not Cody's biggest challenge, but will it be fun? Sure. Will it give the crowd something to get their teeth into? Sure. And Finn Balor against Seth. Can't be down on that. Can't be down on that. So, loving those. I think the women's lineup looks pretty good. Men's lineup I'm about to dig into. And we'll see what else gets added. But so far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good. Right, guys. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for joining us. I hope you had a lot of fun as we enjoyed the show this evening. As I said, really appreciate people stopping by and sharing their thoughts. And hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.